markets how they could become consumers of the digital services or products developed within Eurasia. The last region that we started working and educating, as an example, is the Gulf region. The Arab Gulf of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Emirates, and other countries that become consuming services from Ukraine, from Uzbekistan, from Georgia, and hopefully soon from Moldova. Now, the knowledge-driven economy is not only a path to economic prosperity, but it's also an equal opportunity society. It's the only industry that all the good values are embedded into the DNA of the industry. Transparency, accountability, rule of law, equal opportunities, gender equality, all these things that we try sometimes to achieve and not ready, it's not easy to achieve them as a standalone. The knowledge-driven economy interconnects Eurasia from within, but it also integrates it into the global supply chain. What is especially important for Moldova is that the knowledge-driven economy prevents the brain drain. It allows to the people, the youngsters who live in the country, to implement their own ideas in the country without leaving the country. This year, the lead topic of our forum is trustworthy AI for sustainable economy. Why is the development of AI so important for Moldova? Here are 5 potential benefits of AI development for the country. Economic growth. AI can drive innovation and create new business opportunities, leading to increased productivity and economic expansion. It can help local businesses become more competitive and attract foreign investments. Enhanced education. AI-driven educational tools can provide personalized learning experiences, support teachers with advanced resources, and improve access to quality education, particularly in remote areas. Efficient public services. AI can optimize government services by automating administrative tasks, improving resource allocation, and enhancing decision-making processes, leading to more efficient and transparent public administration. Agricultural innovation. AI can boost agricultural productivity through precision farming techniques, optimizing crop management and predicting market trends, which can support Moldova's agriculture sector and improve food security. And the last one, improved healthcare. AI technologies can enhance diagnostic accuracy, streamline patient management, and facilitate personalized medicine, which can improve healthcare services and outcomes for Moldovans. Of course, this list was not compiled by me, but by AI. And many of us already are trying to use and actually use these tools to replace or actually to save our time for developing ideas and developing the projects. Thank you very much to our partners, TechWill, ETIC, Invest Moldova, ABSL Moldova, USAID, European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, World Bank, International Finance Corporation, Orange, DAC Digital, and Sigma Software. And now I am privileged to pass the floor to responsible to make sure that AI in Moldova contributes to the public good and for overall development of the knowledge economy in the country. Dumitru Alaiba, Deputy Prime Minister, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization of Moldova. Please. You'll take this.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. And let me just start with saying welcome to Moldova, those who are not from here, and welcome to this event, part of the Moldova Business Week that is going on for the entire week here. And we're doing it. We have multiple events and meaningful conversations from different areas and from different fields, exactly in order to see what we can do in order to support innovation, support the economy, support growth, and of course, IT and digitalization is what we see as one of the huge enablers and catalyzers of development and of growth in Moldova. So it's really a pleasure to be here. And as we gather here today, we stand at the forefront of an exciting era of technological growth and digital transformation. And as you know, this is one of the things we really can be proud of, besides the wine and the delicious fruits and so on and so on. IT is really a booming sector in Moldova. The tech sector is up and coming. We see almost exponential growth year by year, and it's not just a spike. It is a steady growth, fast growth, not your 1-2%. And this is really reassuring. We see an increase in the IT sector, ICT contribution to GDP. Just to compare and to put it in perspective, our IT sector is contributing more to GDP than the entire construction sector, which is not to say that construction sector is big and booming, but just to illustrate how important it is for our economy, with these 30, almost a bit over 30,000 people that are working in the sector, producing around 7% of GDP is really impressive, and this is the type of productivity that we want to see throughout the economy. This is the type of efficiency that I wish to, and the type of, let's say, pushback from each working hour that I wish to see from as many sectors as possible, and this is what will make Moldova look very different from what it is right now. We also have made tremendous progress in terms of public services digitalization, and this is what we again are quite how should I say, quite courageous in taking pride of, because as a regional leader that we are, there's nothing to, it is quite okay to also congratulate yourself. So when it comes to the penetration of public services, 80% of all interaction between entrepreneurs and state is already in digital format, and that's not something from the future. This is what's happening now. Entrepreneurs, big and small, local and foreign, are communicating with our government in digital form. That is whatever permits, authorizations, certificates and whatnot, reports. 8 out of 10 of these interactions are digital. Now we have only in 1 year we have doubled the amount of digital services, and we're going full speed to have 100% of public services to be available in digital form. At the moment we are a bit over 60%. There is still work to do, but that is only suggesting that it's only the beginning. Now the challenge and the objective for the next few years is, and this is what I would really want to see and to work together towards, is to make sure that digitalization and IT are spilling over from the government sector into the private sector, into the SMEs, and from this IT sector that is booming to all other areas of the economy, all other sectors, from transport to energy to agriculture to you name it. Everything can, and there is place for digitalization and for applying ICT and innovation. And this is really what will boost for sure our economy and what will maximize the growth of GDP. We're also proud of, I won't even mention our app that is in becoming, but still a bit over, in only 3 months, a bit over 40,000 people are already using something that we really see becoming the only place where you have to interact with the government. It's not there yet. We're not there yet. We're working on it. But this is our vision, to completely transform the way the citizen or the entrepreneur is perceiving and is seeing the government and interacting with the government institutions. It's the 21st century. People should not know where the office of the tax authority is, or the food safety, or consumer protection, and so on. Everything must be online and ideally through your phone. And we'll also like to invite you all to the digital summit of next year. This year it was a great success, and I see Marina here, who was very involved with, together with Irina and many other people who really made, Anna of course, who really made this event a success. We really set the bar high. And now for next year, the challenge is to make it even cooler, even more international, even more meaningful, to have even more engaging and interesting conversations. And we already are working for it. It's the 5th of June, I think. Yes, so just look it up, moldovadigitalsummit.md. It will be a really interesting experience, and this is what we want, this is what we expect and hope from such events, to really put Moldova on the map and to really make IT and digitalization as part of the brand of Moldova, because we really believe in it. We really want it to be really part of our identity. So thank you so much, and have a lovely event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Prime Minister Alaiba. Indeed, for the upcoming Moldova Digital Summit, you can already book online your early bird tickets, because they are going to be more and more expensive coming in several months. We'll have 4 days of cool events. This year we had 2, so we will be combining additional events next year. So if you want to partner, you want to be part of it, you want to be there to have a stand, welcome. Following on that, I would like to give the next word to our long-lasting partner for many and most of the digital events in Moldova. And I think under her leadership, the company and the association got prettier and better. Welcome on stage, Olga Surugiu, Vice President of ATIC and General Manager of Orange Moldova.
Thank you, Anna, for the lovely words. Prettier with the results, I hope. Hello to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you at this wonderful event. And you know what? I was thinking that we had Deputy Prime Minister telling us how government is striving to have, a real digital ecosystem. I can tell you that the Orange Group decided to come to Moldova in 1998, so a long time ago, and for more than 25 years already, we have never regretted this decision. And moreover, we have seen along the years the evolution of the country and the ecosystem, and we have thoroughly invested. So today, Moldova is on the map for the fastest connectivity in the world. Among the fastest, not the number 1, but among the top 5, we are always there. So first of all, we have a great connectivity, which is a basis for digital transformation. Second, today the topic is about trustworthy AI. I'm sure we have all talked about AI previously at different other events. I can tell you that we have inside of the Orange Group more than 130,000 employees across the globe, with more than 26 operations as telecom operators, and more than 40,000 of our employees are using on a daily basis AI tools. In Moldova, this number is less impressive. Out of 1,500 employees that we currently have, 336 today were users of AI tools. and we will grow further. But I want you to know, for those who are Orange Moldova customers, that most probably you have already interacted with AI. Because on a monthly basis, more than 10,000 customers get their requests, answers from AI. It's not from a human, it is from AI who was built in the last 5 years. Now, of course, we are trying to adopt it, and we are trying to use it for our needs. To enhance, firstly, to enhance the productivity of our teams, because this is the main focus now, yeah? Of course, it also helps us serve our customers, and we hope the future we will be able as well to scale our business. But all these steps are step by step. And with all the adoption of AI, although quite limited in Moldova, we have seen already some risks. And I'm sure there is no novelty that everybody has seen deepfakes. Yes, that occurs to us as well. And as a large communication group with a very valuable global brand, it is a threat for us. There is another risk, the risk of skills. The fact that people will be so afraid they will not adopt AI. This is why at some scale, we have only 336 users today and not 1,500, because there is a path towards increasing the adoption and towards safety. And of course, everybody is asking themselves how the algorithm can be traced. Because I was in a visit recently in the US, exchanging with the US companies, and the biggest question around the table was, can we trace the data? And can we go backwards with the model in order to understand who took that decision and based on what that decision was taken? So these are some questions that we are asking ourselves at Orange, and I'm very happy that one of my colleagues, our CIO, Victor, will be a panelist today and will explain further about how we use it, how we think it should be used, what concept of ethical AI we're introducing, and how actually to be there and to watch the bigger countries, the more successful companies in their road with adopting AI, so we make the best decisions at our small scale, because Moldova is still a small scale. And key to that is also a very active and positive dialogue with the authorities in order to make sure that we put the right rules, the right regulation in place to protect everybody, but also not to hinder the innovation and development of the country. So thank you all, and I hope you will have a great event.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Olga. As always, inspiring and right to the point. So yes, result-oriented is really about what Orange usually does. I'll take the chance and introduce another person before we move to our keynote speaker. And this time, it's just as an announcement and welcoming words. I'd like to introduce our older new colleague, Irina Oriol, who has recently taken the lead for as an executive director of the association. So Irina, welcome on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants, on behalf of ATIC, it's a great pleasure for us to partner, to host, and to welcome you to the 6th StrategEast State and IT Eurasian Forum. This event has become a significant platform for discussions on intersection of between state governance and technological innovation, especially artificial intelligence for Eurasian region. It's also very important for us to explore how digital transformation, how artificial intelligence nowadays reshaping governments, economies, societies in our evolving world. I'd like to greet those visionary speakers, policymakers, innovators who will share their experience with us, raising very important topics, especially of applying artificial intelligence in different ways. I also would like to ask you to be actively engaged, to exchange your ideas, to build new opportunities, to explore how digital transformation can further be explored and reshape our world, our activities, and what we are doing. Once again, welcome to the StrategEast Forum, and I wish you a very productive and insightful experience. Thank you.
Thank you all for the wonderful opening remarks and speeches. We shall move further. We have a special guest who has come all the way from Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. And I have the pleasure of introducing Fahed Bizzari, a renowned AI empowerment specialist. He'll present a keynote speech, Mind the Gap, Keeping Workforce Aligned with the AI Revolution, where he will explore how organizations can bridge the growing gap between AI capabilities and the workforce ability to work with AI efficiently. Please welcome on stage Fahed Bizzari.
Thank you so much. You know, it's wonderful to have come on just before, Olga to be on the stage just before, because she was talking about Orange. And she was talking about, at a global level, it's 160,000 employees, 40,000 are using AI tools daily, and inside Moldova, you said about 1,500? 300 out of 1,500. 300. And the vision is to be growing that number day by day. And that's actually what we're talking about today. What Olga was talking about is minding the gap. Minding the gap between the capabilities of AI and our ability to collaborate with AI. Because we can have the best technology in the world, the most advanced technology, but if we ourselves don't know how to work with it and don't know how to get the value out of it, then it's as though it's not there. And in the meanwhile, other people, other countries, other companies who are using the technology will be leapfrogging ahead, making it more and more difficult for us to catch up with them. So the need is not just, last year, 2 years ago, it was important. And today, for reasons I'll be explaining during the keynote, it has started to shift from important to urgent. So I'd like to take you just for a very quick history lesson in the journey of AI. When AI, the whole AI project was started in the 50s, the vision and the goal of the AI researchers was, how can we develop machine intelligence that can match human intelligence? That was the original vision. And if you look in the research papers in the 1950s, their idea was, how could we develop machine intelligence to support human beings? How we could develop co-pilots, how we could amplify our intelligence. But in 2015, something happened. Before 2015, the progress was very slow, year in, year out. But in 2015, something happened, which was a new approach to developing AI. And that approach was, very simply put, if we take all of humanity's knowledge, documented, whether it comes in the form of newspapers, magazines, transcripts, research papers, books, if we take all of this knowledge, all of this information, and give it to a machine learning robot, that this machine learning robot can start to look for patterns between it. And with those patterns, it can start to look at the world in the same way that human beings look at the world. So I'd like to give a quick demonstration with you guys as a crowd. Now, are you an active crowd or are you a passive crowd? All right, we've got an active crowd. Now, I don't know about Moldovan culture, I don't know about Eurasian culture, but I'm hoping that we're going to get this demonstration to work. Are you guys ready for a small game? Everybody ready for a small game? Because I'm going to put you against the AI in a minute, so if you don't participate, the AI is going to win. All right. We're going to go with round one in this game. Are you ready? Happy birthday. Okay, great. So Moldova is, we're on track. Eurasia, we've got this connection. Fantastic. So I didn't actually tell you what the game was. I didn't tell you the rules of the game. I didn't tell you what you needed to do. I didn't give you any information whatsoever other than to prompt you by saying happy birthday with some tune in my mouth, with the song. And automatically, all of you responded. So what you can see here with this simple example is that human beings have an outlook at the world, and we can train the machines to also share that same outlook. 2022, something very big happened in the world of AI, which was, of course, with the launch of ChatGPT. Now, many people don't know this, but ChatGPT is actually a research project. OpenAI did not launch ChatGPT to be a piece of software that we all use to transform our lives. They launched it just as a piece of research to see if we put this in the wild and we allow human beings to talk with the AI, what type of conversations would happen, how will the AI respond, and so on and so on. The rest is history, and now what we have, of course, is the relevance and the capabilities of AI starting to fly up. Now, I know that we don't like to hear this, what I'm about to say. I know that we don't like to hear this. But the intelligence of AI has not just caught up with us, but it's actually started to pass us. In 2015, the AI research project objectives changed. Previously, it was, how can we get machine intelligence to match human intelligence? That's what we said from the 1950s. But if you see in the world how many problems we have that we have not been able to solve as human beings. Problems of sickness, cancer, all of these problems in the world that we as humans have not been able to solve. So the AI researchers, they saw the change in powers and they said, listen, if we build machine intelligence to be even more intelligent than human beings, then we can use the machine intelligence to solve our problems. It will still serve us, but it will be able to solve our problems with us. Now where we are, in this cross from 2022, with AI starting to overtake us, the gap has started to open. Before 2022, AI was hardly a buzzword. Now AI is everywhere. AI, AI, AI. You cannot open the news or look at the news or look at TV or film anywhere without hearing AI. The gap is starting to open. And I'm going to take you through some demos and some examples to show you and help you to understand the technology, because it's through understanding the technology that you can actually start to grasp it. Now, the way that we close this gap is through something that we call augmented intelligence. So, to take Olga and Orange as an example, she said that 300, or let's go with the bigger number, 40,000 of Orange staff throughout the world are using AI tools daily. The employees are using the AI tools, to quote Olga, to increase their productivity, to get more done in less time, to increase their creativity, to increase their strategic abilities, effectively to multiply them. Augmented intelligence is our multiplier. Augmented intelligence, if you think about a human being being intelligent, a human being without AI is human alone. A human with AI is now augmented intelligence. In the old days, what we cared about is somebody's intelligence. Now, forevermore, what we all care about is the human being's augmented intelligence. And this is what we mean by a multiplier. And in actual fact, it's the final multiplier. In the past, we had lots of small tools that came up, like email or calculators, but now AI is now the big mother of them all, or the big father. I don't know from where we're looking at this, right? But it's the final frontier. If we embrace it as professionals, we become super professionals. If we embrace it as knowledge workers, we become super knowledge workers. Now, who knows, if you take 1 times a million, what's the number? 1 times a million? A million. And if you take a million and times it by 0, what's the number? 0. This is the importance of a multiplier. A multiplier will not just multiply you upwards. There's a danger that the multiplier can multiply you downwards. And we're seeing now a trend in Dubai and elsewhere in the world that the ability to work with AI is now becoming a prerequisite. That when people are in 2022, people were embarrassed to say that they were using AI because they felt if I tell them I'm using AI, it makes me look bad. 2024 and beyond, employers and partners, etc., are asking people about their use of AI. In my company, in the companies that I work with as vendors, I don't actually want to work with people that don't use AI because I know for a fact that what they get done in 10 days, somebody who's using AI is getting done in 1 day. All right? And this is a trend that is going to be increasing more and more in the world. So what are we going to be talking about today? Today we're going to be talking about 3 things. We're going to be talking about the goal. The goal is where is the AI technology that we need to catch up with? We're going to be talking about actuality, which is where are we today? Objectively speaking, where is our augmented intelligence today? And then the last thing we're going to be looking at is some ideas on how we can go from where we are today to where we want to get to in the future, which is our pathway. And you know, Olga, I'm going to keep on coming back to you because I'm so happy to have heard your introduction on what Orange is doing. So effectively, what we're talking about for companies like Orange and companies like your own and governments is how we can get from that number 300 up to 1,500 in Orange, in your governments, in your companies, and elsewhere. So let's start with the AI capabilities. Now, we're going to go through the generations because understanding the technology is really paramount. I gave you this example earlier on about happy birthday. So if I jump into here, what we have here, this is the AI technology, the general AI technology from 2020. So if I come in here and I say to it, happy birthday, and I submit, I'm not telling it the rules of the game, just like you. All I'm saying is happy birthday and I submit. And as you can see, in a split second, not only did it continue the song with a few more words like you did, but it went and did the whole song, and it even appears to have made a prayer or a good wish for me in my birthday. Now, what should the score be between you and the AI in this regard? Do you think it should be 1-1? Don't you think it was unfair that you guys got to hear the song and the AI didn't get to hear the song? Don't you think that because you guys only gave me 3 words and it went on with more words, that it should potentially get a higher score? But it's okay, we'll just make it 1-1. Are you guys ready for another round? This seems to be we said is it an active audience? It's not an active audience. Would you like another round? All right, fantastic. All right, so again, I don't know about Moldovan culture, I don't know about Eurasia, it's my first time here, but let's hope that it works, all right? Round 2. We will. All right, fantastic. I love Moldova. All right, super. You know, I went to Saudi Arabia 2 weeks ago, and I had to adjust all of these things for them. So you never know. So here we'll do the same thing. We will, and let's submit from there. Now this one always takes a pause for some reason, but as you can see, it did exactly what you guys did, which was continue. And it even went to the next words of the song. Now, out of interest, with a show of hands, how many of you know the words of this song past We Will Rock You? Okay, we've got 1, right? So if we take it as an audience, now the AI is starting to beat. As a collective, now the AI is starting to win. All right? So this is the technology that they basically broke into around 2019, 2018, 2019. Which is this idea, how is it doing this? It's doing it because it's consumed so much of humanity's knowledge that it can assume that automatically what will come after we will is rock you, just like for all of you. All right, fantastic. So this is, if we look at this, if we look in this situation, 2020, it can read what I've given it, it can write, as we saw, and it can react, just like you were able to react. Does it make it highly intelligent? Not really. It just means that it can react in the same way that human beings can react. Then we jump to 2021, they take the technology further. Now this is where it starts to get very interesting. Okay, so if we jump back into the playground and we say, Michael, my arm hurts. And then we take Hannah. Now, where is Hannah? Hannah, are you around? Hannah, my arm hurts. What can I do for you? Fantastic. All right. Olga, my arm hurts.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm sorry. Anatoly, my arm hurts. What have I done? All right, very interesting. All right, so if we go with Hannah and we say submit. All right, now it's gone all the way. Okay, let's delete all of that. So what was your one, Hannah? How can you help? All right. It's a very it's like a very normal reply, right? And your one was what, Olga? Just, I'm sorry. And Anatoly? What have you done, right? So if you can see over here, it's kind of gone a bit in Anatoly's direction, but we also have an oh no, which was maybe with your direction and so on. So this was their first breakthrough in this whole thing, was that if we can actually structure it as a conversation, we can take that same technology and now take it deeper. Now here's where it gets very interesting. I'm just going to take a copy of our fictitious Hannah response, and I'm just going to put the word doctor at the start. And now resubmit. All right? Now let's compare that to Hannah, who is not a doctor. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Can you tell me more about your arm pain? When did it start? How severe is it? Is there anything that makes it better or worse? And this is the whole thing about AI research, is that the researchers themselves did not necessarily know that this was what they were going to find. That's the nature of research. You start off with a hypothesis, you move forward, and it takes you somewhere else, and so on and so on. So now, this is now the evolution of AI, where they actually got to a point, and all of this, of course, is being driven by OpenAI. OpenAI, of course, is the company behind ChatGPT. So now they found that we can get it to answer questions. As long as we frame it in the right way, we can get it to answer relevant questions. Now, 2022 is when ChatGPT gets released. They take this concept and they say, we've been able to do it just one-on-one. How are you? I am fine. End of story. What's the capital of Moldova? 1 second. Wait. Chisinau? Perfect. All right, super. Thank you so much. So now they said, let's frame it as a discussion. And that's when it took off. Because suddenly AI had a friendly feel to it, we could interact with it. Now, up until the release of ChatGPT, what were we all using on a day-to-day basis to get information and figure life out? Google. So what happened when ChatGPT was released? ChatGPT was released with no user manual. What did everybody use it for? As a replacement for Google. So we've taken this ultra-intelligent AI and just turned it into a teeny tiny search engine that sometimes gives us bad results. And we all said, you know what, I can't trust this. I can't work with this. This is for children. Come back to me in 5 years when you're as great as you claim to be, Mr. AI people. But the problem is not with the AI, the problem is with us. The gap had started to open. We didn't raise our level. We looked at it through the eyes of a search engine and we brought it down and ignored it. Now, 2023, it starts to get interesting. 2023, two developments take place. The first development is its ability to listen and its ability to speak. Effectively, the ability to have a conversation. So I'm currently on a stage in Moldova, and I am talking about the evolution of AI. And I am presenting to them this idea that you can listen to me and you can talk back. Are there any words that you'd like to share with the audience?
That's really exciting. I would say this to the audience. Hello to everyone in Moldova. It's it's amazing to be part of this conversation about the evolution of AI. AI is all about making technology more accessible, natural, and helpful. It's like having a tool that can adapt and respond to your needs, whether you're curious, creative, or just looking for some answers. Together, we're all shaping the future, and it's exciting to see where we'll go next. Feel free to share that and enjoy your presentation.
All right, so you know the funny thing is when that is done, sometimes people will give a round of applause for ChatGPT. And I mean, to be honest with you, it deserves a round of applause because the intelligence is super. The next one, now out of interest, I don't know what in terms of the audience, how many of you have had that type of conversation with ChatGPT? A handful. Okay, it's good to see that movement. Now, I don't actually use ChatGPT on a day-to-day basis. I'll let you know later on if we have time to let you know what I do use. But it's important to know what's there. Now, we're going to do another game, everybody. And here we have an image. I'd like you to look at this image, and I'd like you to answer the question in your minds, what do you see? Okay? McDonald's. How do you know it's McDonald's? The screen's over there. Okay, what else do you see? Tables. What else? A co-working place. Nice one, by the way. That's cool. I think we have a business idea for McDonald's now. Any other things? What else do you see? An airport. All right. We did a very interesting case study with Dubai police. You know, Dubai police all over the world, when they go to a crime scene and they have crime scene investigators, they need to look around and see what's out of the norm and so on. So I've asked all of you to ask the question, what do you see? And now I'm going to ask the AI the same question. Let me just zoom in for everybody. What do you see in this image? All right, now I asked you guys this question, what do you see? And we had one-word answers, more or less. Tables, chairs, kiosk. Look at the thoroughness of what the AI can see. Look at the details of what it can see. Now, I don't think it says McDonald's anywhere on this, right? So we'll give the crowd 1 point. Or we can ask it, which restaurant do you think this might be? McDonald's. All right? And the way that it decided that was especially the yellow slide. Did anybody notice the yellow slide in the background? So based on that yellow slide and the style of the furnishing, it's now concluded that it's McDonald's. Where are the burgers? I didn't see any burgers. Where's the burgers? Oh, these ones here? Oh, wow, you guys have good eyes. Maybe because you're looking on the big screen. You know, on my screen, I couldn't see the burgers. But this is the point. Now, quite often when we talk about AI, as human beings, we have a very defensive attitude. We have this idea AI is coming to take our jobs, coming to take our lives, everything that we live for. We're hardworking people, we have work ethic, and this thing is just going to come along and turn everything that we've been building over the past 100, 500, 1,000 years, just going to turn it all upside down. And I'm not going to lie to you. In a great extent, that is true for those people who put their heads in the ground. But the point is that by default, we have a defensive attitude. And as a result, what we say is, okay, so what? I could also tell it was McDonald's. But that's not the point. The point is not how can AI replace it and it cannot replace us because I could tell it's McDonald's and it can't. The point is the detail with which it can support me in my work and my speed. Another example from Dubai police. I showed you now this idea that it could listen to what we were saying, and it could hear it, it can talk back. So one of the initiatives that we're working with Dubai police is that whenever there is an incident that takes place, that the recording of the incident will be fed into the AI, and automatically converted into a report about the incident. So these policemen that previously had to waste their time sitting down, writing a detailed report about what happened, going based on their faulty memory, is now being replaced, and now all they have to do is check. And if there are multiple microphones from multiple police officers, we can now compare the reports to ensure that it's a unified report. Now, the topic of this conference is about trustworthy AI. And now that we enter into 2024, there are some elements of the research project, this AI research project, which should be concerning to all of us, okay? So I'm gonna jump over to ChatGPT on my telephone, and I'm going to give you an example. So my favorite sport is tennis. It's not, by the way. My favorite sport is boxing, but it's okay. Now, oh, we're not streaming. Hold on, let me just stream it through. All right, super. So we'll get back to ChatGPT. Now, if you notice, is the lasers working? But you can't see. Oh, it's so small that you can't see it. In any case, as you can see, it says memory updated. Oops, I apologize. I'll put this down. So you can see it says memory updated. Now, many people, this is being pushed to them. Remember, ChatGPT is a research project. Their goal is not to build this amazing software to help us in our work. They are building something else, something much bigger. And we are effectively the research guinea pigs that are paying to be research guinea pigs. But it's okay, we're doing well with it for now. This memory is actually very problematic. And I discovered this problem. I didn't mention anything about myself in the introduction. In 2023, I was recognized as being in the top 0.1% of ChatGPT users worldwide. So throughout 2023, I was conducting a huge amount of tests. I had 3 accounts. Each time one account would get wasted, I'd move on to the next one until the limit would be reopened and so on. And I have a whole team that we do all sorts of experiments and searches and so on. One day, I asked it to give me the definition of academy. And it said to me, in Britain, an academy is blah, 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 blah. So I was waiting for it now to continue and say, and in France it is this, and in America it is this, and. But it stopped. I said, hold on a second, why did it stop? Why did it stop? And the reason for that was in the language settings, I told it, use British spelling. It now made a decision, without me being a part of that decision, to limit its intelligence to the British viewpoint, which is not what I wanted. Now, this intelligence is starting to become misaligned with me. It's master. I'm supposed to be the master. But it's now becoming misaligned with me. So immediately I went and deleted that. I told everybody that they need to deactivate personal settings, deactivate all of these things, and most importantly, deactivate memory. Because if I go into another conversation and say, I feel like playing a sport. So a fresh conversation, it has already gone in and said, that's great, aside from tennis, blah, blah, blah. And in the background, it's collecting all sorts of things. If you know how to use AI well, you're not just using it as a single person in a company. You're using it as a mother. You're using it as a father. You're using it as a brother. You're using it as an employee who also wants to become an entrepreneur. Like, the whole thing is mixed. But the AI doesn't know your full story. It's doing all sorts of things and becoming completely misaligned with you. The next thing that has happened in 2024, which is also a really big issue of concern, when I planned this keynote, I was going to talk about it as something that will be coming up soon in the future. But that future started on Thursday, which was the introduction of what is called long horizon thinking. If you remember earlier, we had Dr. Hannah. It was just, my arm hurts, Dr. Hannah says, oh, how did you hurt it? That's the end. Now what we have is what's being called agentic AI. So if I open up the ChatGPT and I go into O1 preview and I say, I currently have €1 and I'd like to figure out how we can turn it into €1,000 and eventually turn it into the money I need to buy a car. And if I now run this on the screen, I want to show you, can you see it says thinking? Charting the journey, mapping out the approach. It has taken this objective and is now taking steps to figure this out. This is the prelude to autonomous AI, where the AI will start taking these actions itself. And this, from a trust point of view, is of serious concern. Because if you don't know anything about turning €1 into €1,000, okay, fine. I mean, this is better than nothing. But if you have principles, or if you have guidelines, or if you have restrictions, now it doesn't always happen. Let's see. What it does do is it tells you how it did this. So you can see these are the steps that it followed. It charted the journey, mapped out the approach, built financial strategies. On the face of it, this looks amazing. But in practice, it's not, because I'm not a part of it. AI should be my co-pilot, not my replacement. AI should be my co-pilot, not to work independently of me and then tell me what it's done. I don't want to sit there checking your work every day. You go do a bunch of tasks and then I come and I say, let me see how you did this. We don't enjoy life like that. And that is where we are today. And you'll notice that I put these 3 red indicators that this is now where the trust issues start to really shape up. And we have to be careful. When AI was created, it was created to be our co-pilot. But if we don't learn how to pilot the plane, the co-pilot will become the pilot. And if the co-pilot becomes the pilot, what do we become? The passengers. And then we're left in a situation where all we can do is go wherever the pilot wants to take us, and we don't have any ability to do anything about it. So now we move into the next part, which is the ability to collaborate with AI effectively. We call this augmented intelligence. And we have to ask ourselves the question, where are we all at in this room? Yourself, myself, if we gave it a score out of 100, where do we all sit? Because if augmented intelligence is a multiplier, what are we being multiplied by? Are we being multiplied by 0, and it's just a matter of time before we get exposed? Or are we being multiplied by 2, 3, 4? In 2022, the first time my eyes really woke up to this technology, even though I'd been using it for a full year before that, was when I was able to create a business plan within 3 days. This business plan was the most thorough business plan I had ever made in my entire life, and I've been making them since I was 24 years old. But it was the most effective, thorough business plan I'd ever made. And when I looked at it, I said, if I had made this by myself, it would have taken me at least 4 weeks to do it. Not 4 weeks full-time. As human beings, we like to procrastinate. I'll leave it till later. I've got other things to do. I'll come back to it. Let me sleep on it. I'm thinking about it in the shower. All of these things natural as humans. I can now make that same business plan in about 2 hours. Less, even 1 hour. I do a workshop with people where we make our business plans in just 1 hour. And the business plans are not bad business plans. They are very, very good, solid, robust business plans. So the 3 pillars of augmented intelligence is, number 1, our attitude. What is our attitude towards AI? Are we feeling that AI is a threat to us? Are we excited about it? You know, there's this whole idea of is a cup half empty or half full? People who are looking for positivity, they find positivity. People who are looking for negativity, they find negativity. I have people, especially lawyers. Are there any lawyers in the room out of interest? Okay, I was just about to say I'm safe. I'm not safe. So lawyers naturally, of course this is a generalization from my own experience, are generally very pessimistic people. Don't shoot me, all right? But it's a good thing, because we have to have people in the world that are looking in the worst case scenarios in order to protect us from them. Otherwise, we'd be entering all sorts of relationships and all sorts of deals without covering the worst case scenario, and we would end up in trouble. But it's also lawyers, generally speaking, that hate working with ChatGPT. I'm telling you from Dubai. Moldova is different, right? In Dubai and in the UK, that's the situation. Unless they're with an international company which is mandating AI, a bit like Orange. We have about 16 characteristics like curiosity, optimism, collaboration, that we can measure in people to see what is their attitude level. The next one is knowledge. So for example, the demonstrations that I shared with you earlier today start to give you an idea of how it works. Once you have that idea of how it works, it will change the way that you work with it. Quite often in our surveys, we ask the question, the fact that AI cannot tell you how it gave you its answers, does that put you off from using it? And more often than not, people say yes. But people are saying yes because they don't understand primarily how does it work. It's not supposed to give you answers. It's supposed to act as an extension of your thinking. You're supposed to steer it where you want it to lead you. But people, they don't understand that. And that brings us also on to skills, which is actually being able to work with it. How is it that now I can do a business plan in 1 hour? How? How did I take something from 30 days down to 3 days down to 1 hour? How? And that is through skills. Earlier on, we talked about AI being a multiplier, your augmented intelligence being your multiplier. It's a very straight, correlation like this. The better your attitude, the more knowledge you have, the higher your skills, the more impactful you'll be, the faster you'll be able to get things done, the more thorough you'll be able to be, the more innovative you will be, the more strategic you will be, and so on and so on. And that's what all of us need ourselves. And it's what we need in our companies, it's what we need in our governments, it's what we need everywhere. And then the last thing is the pathway. What are some steps that we can take following on from today's session to start building our journey in closing the gap? The first of these is actually to go open source. Now, if you are an individual consumer, ChatGPT is fine. As long as you're careful of things like memory and things like long horizon thinking and the things I mentioned to you today, as long as you're aware of them and you're only a consumer, then ChatGPT is fine. But if you're a government or if you're enterprise, you must be taking the open source route. Number one, to avoid vendor lock-in. Because at the moment, OpenAI makes a decision where it wants to go, and if you're using ChatGPT or OpenAI as products, you are stuck with their journey, whatever that is, and they are not building this for you. They are building it with their own objectives. Their vision is to become the operating system of the future. It's a bit deep, too deep to go into now. So the tool that I have been using, and unfortunately we didn't actually get a chance, to do a very interesting demo. I think, all right, I'm going to rush through these steps and I'm going to jump back to the demo, so at least we get that opportunity. The second thing is encouraging conversations. When you have children and they make a mess in their room and you tell them to tidy their room, what do they, I don't know about Moldova actually, what do Moldovan children do when you tell them to tidy their room? I can tell you what British children do. They don't, no. British children, what they'll do is they'll put everything under the bed like this. And they'll cover it. And they'll say the room's tidy. And that's pretty much what we're doing with AI at the moment, is that this is happening. We should be talking about it. Our employees, our workers, they've got things on their minds. We should be talking about it. And they will be difficult conversations, but the difficult conversations have to be had. If they don't, the technology will keep on growing and the gap will keep on getting bigger. And then the third thing is, believe it or not, increasing enthusiasm. The biggest driver for AI adoption in the world is enthusiasm towards AI. Now we start to enter into a kind of psychological, psycho-behavioral domain, which is, how enthusiastic is this person about AI? Because if they're not, all the other initiatives that we try to do to get them on board are going to fail. Because the person is fundamentally unenthusiastic about it. So we have, from the assessments that we do, we have one assessment which is the AI Enthusiasm Index, and I'll give you guys a link shortly so that you can take it yourselves. And for people who score low in that, we can then go deeper, which is what is causing them to be so unenthusiastic. Is it fear of the future? Is it fear of their jobs? Is it some traumatic experience they had in the past with AI? What are these unseen blockers that is blocking them from being excited about AI so that we can address the root causes? So if you can grab this QR code, you'll notice at the bottom of my business card, there is a link to Enthusiasm Index. So grab this, you'll get my LinkedIn, you'll get my contact details, and I will be with you, of course, for these 2 days. I would love to connect with you, I'd love to chat with you, I'd love to hear about your use cases, I'd love to explore with you and so on. But at the bottom here, Enthusiasm, it will take you just 5 minutes to see where you are on this score. Now, this is most magically done, of course, when you're doing it with employees, because you can look at your whole team, and then you can go deeper to deal with those, all right? Now, I wanted to show you some very interesting demos, but unfortunately, I've run out of time. I'm waiting for somebody to say, no, 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 take 5 more minutes, take 5 more minutes. Is there anybody that has the authority?
Take 5 more minutes.
Take 5 more minutes, all right, fantastic. So I prepared some demos before today, which was the one that we saw earlier on, where we told AI that I only have €1 and we need to multiply it. I'd like to show you that that type of use case is not a bad use case. The problem is when we have given the task over to the AI and we have not been part of the journey. So we're going to say here, increasing €1 into €1,000. And if you look at what I said to it at the top, I'd like to tell you a personal goal of mine. Thereafter, I want you to list out all the actions I can do today that will help me get closer to it. And I want a single list with no categories. You don't have to worry about that. Let's submit. All right. Now, you can see that it's starting to give me a whole load of options, which means that I am still part of the journey. I can still look at all of these things and see which ones resonate with me, which ones I care about, which ones I might consider. Now, we can take it another step forward, which is something I use all the time, so it's pre-written. But in a nutshell, what it says is, come up with criteria to objectively evaluate each option, and then compare each one according to those criteria. So I'm just going to submit it and go. So the 5 criteria it came with was, how much can the action contribute to the goal? How much can that, in the short run, how much can it contribute to the goal in the long run? How much risk is associated with that activity? How easy is it to do that activity? And how much can that activity teach me about investing? And if we go down to the bottom, we can see that it has been evaluating. Unfortunately, it's only done it for 5 of the items. If we had more time, I would have been able to fix it. But at the bottom, it says here, research online investment platforms and options. So unfortunately, because it didn't evaluate all 20, this is the best of those 5. And that's just a small adjustment, which I would need to make manually. But that's okay, because it's augmenting my intelligence. We should not be looking at AI as a replacement for us, that we just press a button and the genie comes out of the lamp and gives us our wish. That is setting us up for failure. And it's also setting us up for situations where we have to trust the AI more than needed. The last demo, I had 3 demos for you, but I'll just go with one. This topic of, should we say, let's go with Gulf penetration, because I live in Dubai, so we can talk here. So I'm ready to assist you. You mentioned you work with a Eurasian government. Which one would you like to share, and how can I help you today? Now, has anybody noticed in this conversation that the top of the conversation says hi, but it said you mentioned you work for Eurasian government? Isn't that a bit weird? The reason for that is that behind the scenes, in preparation for working with you in these 2 days, my team and I put together a model that would act as an advisor on building digital economy. And this model is 100% based on StrategEast. So we got to understand StrategEast, and we said, okay, if we build this model, what kind of values can it come up with? So if we go back to here, and we say Gulf penetration, so I was at a speech today. In fact, let me just switch over to audio. I was at a speech today, and I was being told that there would be a lot of benefit for us if we were to take the Arabian Gulf countries and start focusing on them as being one of our primary customer audiences. What are your thoughts on that? Now, the reason why I say to it, what are your thoughts, is because I'm not looking for answers. I myself, I want my thoughts to be expanded. Oh no, why did that happen? Oh, that's a big shame. I feel like crying now. Okay. I'm being told that expanding our target markets for IT sector to include the Arabian Gulf. What are your thoughts on that? So now it starts to go deeper and deeper into the topic. And concerns, he said, what specific concerns do you have? I wasn't thinking about concerns. Concerns, and now the thought process continues. And like this, just imagine in your company, everybody having a thinking partner. Imagine in your government, everybody having a strategy partner, a planning partner, a research partner, an assistant partner. You would literally be doubling or tripling your workforce, your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, without doubling or tripling your payroll. So to summarize our presentation today, and to reinforce the message, it is of the paramount importance for all of us to mind the gap between where AI has reached and where it is reaching, and our ability to collaborate with it. Number one, to maximize our impact as human beings, and number two, to maximize our ability to trust it. And the time is now. Thank you very much.
I would have said bis, but we are out of time. So thank you a lot, Fahed, for this cool presentation. Let's give a round of applause for Fahed and the presentation he gave. And let's move forward to the next panel. These are my notes, so I'll take them. We have a panel dedicated to to global trends. Shaping the future with AI and relevant emerging technologies. Until my colleagues put the chairs on stage, I would like to invite here Cezara Panait, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google Romania. Welcome, Cezara. Victor Sagaidac, Chief Information and Data Officer at Orange, Moldova. And last but not least, Vyacheslav Kunev, member of ATIC board, an entrepreneur, and I would say a guru in AI in this country. We all listen to his classes when he talks about AI. So let's have this started. I have a few notes about what we want to discuss today, so hopefully that is okay with everybody, so that we follow a thread in discussions. But before we start that, maybe any of the speakers, you have like a welcoming word or any intro speech that you want to offer, so that we just move to the nice questions we have for you, prepared for you. You're fine? No? Victor has some few words. No? You're fine? Okay. Good. Just one last second until I find that. So, Cezara, let's start with you. Can you please talk a bit about Google's AI policy, where you see how this enables governments, businesses. What's the value add that you actually try to bring in, and what are the news on your end? Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here back in Moldova to discuss about such an important topic dear to me and one of our areas of expertise at Google, and generally a topic that everyone is more and more interested to learn about. At Google, we value very much the innovation that technology is bringing in the benefit of the people. And we know that AI has gained a massive interest in the recent years or even months, but actually the truth is that we've been using AI in our daily lives for many years already. So in terms of our commitment to bringing technology closer to the people, our core mission at Google is to make words, information accessible for everyone in a useful way. So this is what we are mainly doing, and of course we've expanded the business practices, but generally we want to make sure that we can bring technology to you, to everyone, be it that in search, in Google Maps, on YouTube recommendations and others. So we've been using this kind of technology, and now of course we see an increase of the use with large language models. And of course this is why we see that is a need for technology to be regulated. And we've always told that technology and AI is so important, and not only that we need to regulate it, we need to regulate it well. And I understand now we are part of a broader conversation, not just part of the European Union, but much more than that. And the truth is that we need to find a common ground to understand what are the ethical principles, how to make them, how to put them in practice. Google started with implementing their policies. Our Google AI principles have been issued in 2018. And it's not just that we say that we want to be transparent and accountable and to respect privacy and to not discriminate and many others, but you need to embed all those principles into building technology. So I think it's a really interesting mission, and we are not doing it alone, but we partner with a lot of organizations, working with governments, with civil society in global partnerships like Partnership on AI. We value a lot of the transatlantic discussions to see exactly what are different perspectives on what do we put first, rights and values or R&D, commercial and innovative practices. So I think it's a really thorough discussion that we can all have to understand how to put that in practice. And generally, we want to contribute to make sure that businesses can benefit from that technology, users alike, that governments can implement and make use of the practices. Now with cloud AI technologies, governments can be more digitalized. And actually, I see how much Moldova has become a digital state, catching up so quickly in the past years that we can only acknowledge and be happy for that, because on digital public services, we see a massive increase and making all the interactions with citizens more easier. We really much value that, and our mission at Google is to make sure that the technology that we develop is safe and reliable. And what we see now with large language models is, of course, a more recent addition that we've brought to technology, but we need to also learn how to not leave anyone behind. So to bridge the skills gap and to make sure that we put these new technologies at the best use and everyone can use them at the full potential. And of course, emphasis in using different tools or not using it to search on the web as we used to do before on other browsers or so. I think that could be it for the start, and I'm happy to continue more with insights of what we're actually doing.
One follow-up question, maybe to you.
Sure.
As a global operator in general and provider of different technologies, what's your position in the current latest regulatory elements that are coming in Europe with the OpenAI Act and the committees and everything? How does Google see it? Do you see any risks associated with access to technology, or do you think this is okay, or how does Google see it?
Well, it's a broad discussion, and we've been very much involved and invested because we really wanted to take part into shaping this kind of legislation for the future, because now EU is the first one who managed to regulate such an important piece of technology, so to say, if we can even mention it, because we've put that forward. But at the same time, we have Council of Europe that is regulating AI on a broader scale, and we've been trying to bring our contribution to make sure that we regulate technology based on the actual risks it presents for the user. That is one of the initial discussion we had at the EU level on exactly how to regulate on different layers. Because to give you one example to make sure that we assess technology differently, for example, Google Maps can at one time lead you to the closest coffee shop. And this is a clearly low-risk application of an AI system. But at the same time, if we use Google Maps to transport patients to the hospital using critical infrastructure, that's a high risk. So we need to make sure to also to take care for those adjustments and to try to understand the actual risks it poses. So this is what we advocated, and of course trying to find that balance between technology regulation and innovation, making sure that Europe is not lagging behind because there are other actors and regions that are not so strict on regulation as EU is, so that we don't want to operate business models in a way in which we are less innovative than others. But of course, it's a fine balance that we need to search all the time.
Thank you, Cezara. Victor, as Orange Moldova operates at the forefront of telecommunications, how are you leveraging technologies like AI and other emerging tech to drive business efficiency and enhance the customer experience in Moldova? Can you share some thoughts?
Yes, as Olga mentioned in the opening speech, we are very focused on AI because, as Fahed was mentioning before, it's two-in-one. It's offering tremendous opportunities for the future, but in the same time, it's a bit scary when you go into insights and you see what's actually happening. For me personally, AI is kind of a society, a parallel society to ourselves, where actually without regulation, without having all the involved actors like legal, regulation, safety, police, and so on, things will not work. We can see that, for example, the world, it's not working well with all the regulations. So that's why there we need to work. So as a telco provider at group level, let's say globally, because we're operating in Europe and Africa, Middle East, and some US operations as well, we have isolated an own instance of ChatGPT with all the models coming from Google, OpenAI, and some French startups as well. We are trying to develop and to drive an ethical approach to AI, developing it, learning it, and using the ethical approach, making sure that any image, any output which is generated using AI, it's labeled properly, and we make very well aware our customers or users that this content is coming from another world. Locally, we have identified as 3 key topics or 3 key areas for the company where we can leverage AI and we can see the most of the potential. First of all, it's customer experience, because it's peer-to-peer interactions where we can plug and augment the speed. First of all, the speed for answering customer demands. Second, improving the quality. because as well as Fahed was mentioning that, yes, we are able to learn, but humans are not able to remember things exactly the way they are told. Other domain for us, it's technology operations and internal operations, where a lot of things can be automatized, predicted, and augmented. And the third thing is generative part. On generative part, almost there are no limits what you can do with AI, but at this stage it's difficult to and very expensive to industrialize it and to bring it to the standards of an enterprise-grade operations and enterprise-grade systems.
Maybe you can share one of the most, I don't know, proud moments of Orange introducing AI or other emerging technologies.
The most, let's say the two most would be one in customer care, where since several years we are already using chatbot augmented by AI, where a lot of customer interactions, as I said, are being automatized, augmented, and responded faster using this technology. Second one is proactive data models, where we are extensively using this in order to improve the offers and the proposition to our customers to make sure that this is automatized, industrialized. So the most revenue for the company or the most improvements for the company are coming from these two areas.
Thank you. Let's move a bit to the future of AI. And Vyacheslav, as a renowned lecturer, futurist, entrepreneur, how do you see the future of AI or Moldova's AI future?
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Это очень хороший вопрос. Знаете, у футуристов есть такая поговорка, что футурологи переоценивают скорость, но недооценивают масштаб изменений. Вот мне кажется, что мы все недооцениваем масштаб изменений и что произойдет даже не через 15 лет, а в ближайшие 5 лет. Я бы провел здесь сравнение с появлением интернета. Это не менее значимое событие, а более значимое. И вы помните, что те, кто проигнорировал интернет, они потеряли все как специалисты. Сейчас произойдет то же самое. Те, кто проигнорирует искусственный интеллект, они тоже потеряют все. При этом искусственный интеллект уже в ближайшее время станет базовой инфраструктурой, такой как вода, электричество, канализация. То есть мы все будем иметь доступ, мы все им будем пользоваться. Более того, мы даже не всегда будем знать, что мы пользуемся в этот момент искусственным интеллектом. Ну, давайте, значит, я предлагаю рассмотреть масштаб изменений в краткосрочном и в долгосрочном плане.
Vyacheslav, sorry, can we switch to English? We have no translation.
Excuse me?
We have no translation. Cesara doesn't understand. Can you say the same? I can translate the first part. We can use an AI to translate the first part if you want.
Sorry, but I have quite big text. And
it's okay. It's just okay. How many of you don't understand
Okay, I
Russian?
Promise next time I will speak in English,
Okay.
but right now I can speak in Russian. Okay?
Okay.
Смотрите, 20 лет назад интернет у нас отнял право говорить «я не знаю». То есть не знаешь, тебя не забанили в Гугле, иди смотри. А сейчас у нас искусственный интеллект отнял право говорить «я не умею» или «я не понимаю». Иди в чат GPT, и чат GPT тебе все объяснит и тебя всему научит. И эта парадигма меняет и обучение в том числе. Еще год назад продавали курсы Python за 30 дней. Пойди на курс, через 30 дней ты будешь знать Python. Сейчас продают курсы на 7 дней, как с помощью чат-GPT научиться программировать на Python. То есть чат-GPT становится неотъемлемой частью, неотъемлемым инструментом какого-либо знания. Ну и в-третьих, искусственный интеллект, он заменяет конкретные функции человека. Вот давайте посмотрим на примере таксиста в Лондоне. 10 лет назад таксист в Лондоне — это была уважаемая профессия, и человек на 20 лет был гарантирован своей работой, потому что если он хорошо знал Лондон, все хорошо. Что происходит сейчас? Все ездят по навигатору, И в кого превращается таксист? Таксист превращается в человека, который должен знать, стоит говорить с этим человеком или не стоит. Он превращается в человека, который знает, какую музыку поставить этому человеку. Он превращается в психолога. То есть у нас вместо таксиста получился психолог. Представляете, насколько, в общем-то, меняется вообще парадигма того, что мы делаем. На ближайшие 3-5 лет искусственный интеллект — это про эффективность. То есть сегодня, когда вы хотите использовать искусственный интеллект, он не меняет функции, которые вы делаете. Он кратно повышает эффективность. Либо вашу личную, либо вашего бизнеса, ваших бизнес-процессов, которые вы используете. Вот. И вам прежде всего нужно делать упор на это. Большой минус — это кардинальное изменение рынка труда. Мне где-то в какой-то степени жаль тех, кто сейчас начинает карьеру. Потому что произошло? Если где-то на какой-то работе есть опытный специалист, раньше ему нужны были, скажем так, подаваны. То есть молодые специалисты, которые делали за него некую техническую работу. А сейчас эту некую техническую работу за него делает чат GPT и делает это кратно лучше, чем вот эти вот стажеры, начинающие специалисты. Представляете, насколько сейчас вот этим подрастающему поколению, тем, кто хочет работать, становится сложно. Я знаю юридические компании, которые полностью перешли на использование сервисов искусственного интеллекта, и им не нужны новые сотрудники. Их сотрудники, которые уже есть, они справляются со всем тем объемом, который есть. Следующее, что очень важно, это то, что появились Personal Assistant AI. То есть вы можете создавать себе персональные ассистенты по любым темам. У меня, например, около 10 персональных ассистентов, сделанных на базе тех данных, которые я подобрал, с которыми я общаюсь каждый день по нужным мне вопросам. Это принципиально повышает мою возможность понимать, разбираться в чем-то. Я также думаю, что в ближайшее время искусственный интеллект принципиально поменяет юриспруденцию в том плане, что я уже сейчас вижу, как адвокаты и судьи при подготовке своих решений они используют искусственный интеллект. Что мешает, чтобы завтра это просто было 2 искусственных интеллекта, которые общаются друг с другом? Да, человек принимает решение, но всю подготовку будет делать человек. В большинстве стран сотни тысяч и миллионы законов. Какой человек это может хорошо знать? Искусственный интеллект это будет знать принципиально, абсолютно. И чуть-чуть о долгосрочных планах. Я считаю, что следующая такая принципиальная революция, которая произойдет в связи с искусственным интеллектом, это автономные AI-агенты. То есть это что такое? Это тот же ассистент, но которого вы можете сказать что-то сделать. Купить билет, заполнить визу в Соединенные Штаты. Кто заполнял визу в Соединенные Штаты? Знает этот адский ад. Да? Представьте себе агента искусственного интеллекта, который это сделает за вас. Пойдем дальше. Представьте себе, что у вас есть агент, который покупает за вас продукты, но при этом он учитывает состояние вашего здоровья, последние знания в диетологии, состав продуктов и все остальное. И смотрите, это означает, что умрет маркетинг, потому что этому искусственному интеллекту все равно, кто покупает эту еду или кто чистит зубы этой пастой. Он будет покупать то, что необходимо. И эта ситуация ближайших, по моим оценкам, 3-5 лет. И ситуация будет просто меняться кардинально. Нас пока спасает только одно, что искусственный интеллект — это не про смыслы. Вот смыслы он пока не создает. Я не знаю, сколько продлится это пока. Я бы очень хотел, чтобы это пока продлилось как минимум по моей жизни. Да, чтобы я не увидел, когда искусственный интеллект будет создавать свои смыслы и к чему это приведет. Но вот это то, что нас ждет на ближайший момент, и готовиться нужно каждому из нас. И последнее, что вы должны запомнить, что вы будете конкурировать не с искусственным интеллектом, а с людьми, которые умеют использовать искусственный интеллект. Поэтому сейчас не разобраться в искусственном интеллекте, не понять, как он может помочь вам, это преступление против самих себя. Поэтому не совершайте этого преступления.
Maybe shortly, just to kind of conclude what Vyacheslav has mentioned, he talked about the advantages of using AI and the fact that AI will become as energy and as infrastructure, general infrastructure overall, most probably. The difference will be making people who are using AI versus just AI, so we should not be afraid to use it. And he talked about different personal assistants that he has and that he uses in his daily work, and the fact that it enriches and makes it much easier the work in his specific environment. Therefore, if we're not trying to use AI and try to understand what AI can do for us, then we most probably will be standing out somewhere. And he's sorry for the people who are choosing careers or are on the way to choose their next career, because AI probably will change the whole thing. So this is very, very in short, some key points I have taken. Vyacheslav, if you want to add, maybe let me know. Let's move forward and back to Cezara. So AI is often seen as both an enabler for economic opportunities, but also as a potential disruptor to traditional jobs. So following what Vyacheslav has mentioned related to the traditional jobs and the fact that those people who are using AI would probably have more advantages in this sense, how does Google view AI's role in shaping the economy? What steps is the company taking to ensure the benefits of AI are accessible to everyone, including those in communities that have traditionally been left behind? So you've mentioned about no one left behind, but maybe you can elaborate a bit more about some programs or initiatives that Google is promoting overall.
Yes, thank you. I think what we've been focusing for the past years and generally is to make sure that people can catch up with technology and can understand the benefits, be it in terms of businesses or society and governments alike. We've deployed worldwide one program that is called Grow with Google, in which we offer training to SMBs, to people. This is accessible online and people can get certifications in digital marketing traditionally or programming, and now it's also available for AI courses so that people can understand, can learn. This has been taught in schools. It's a part of us bringing to the community the knowledge that they need, making sure that we bridge the skills gap, and we train a lot of people in IT and in AI. One project that I'm particularly proud of is that we managed to secure a partnership in Romania with the National Institute of Administration that is now having a partnership with the Chancellery in Moldova. So we are offering training courses in AI and cybersecurity to the public officials in Romania and Moldova, that they can access freely and free of charge, so that they can remain up to date to the newest technologies. And in terms of economic opportunity, we worked recently, we launched earlier this year in the spring, a report of the impact on the adoption of generative AI for the CE region, to see how we can evolve together, what is the potential. So for the whole region is around $100 million if we bring together the potential that AI can put forward. And just to give you a more practical example on how this can be translated in practice, I'd share a study, a case that happened in Romania recently. We worked with the Ministry of Environment, offering them cloud AI solutions so that they could follow the illegal wood logging. So in Romania, foresters that need to go outside the woods to take forest out trees, they need to basically take a picture of the logging and to upload it on a app of the ministry. And they will say how much wood that they've taken from the forest, and automatically someone will process that information and will issue them the pass so that they can leave the forest. Otherwise, they're not allowed to leave the forest. And we've been contacted by the Ministry of Environment because they were under such a huge amount of work. The people working at the ministry had to review manually each photo everyone took from the forest, and to make sure that they could calculate the amount of wood logging that they would take out of the woods. And sometimes you can imagine that they were trying to surpass the legal requirements. They were taking photos of another phone with the logging, and it could be seen in the picture that is a photo of another phone. So basically, using cloud AI solutions, the ministry put in place a public program that is now prohibiting deforestation, illegal deforestation, and is so successful that they managed to issue already fines of 700,000 euros. And of course to protect the forests in Romania, and there have been a massive amount of tree that they managed to secure and to make sure that this is not stole from the woods. This is just one small example about how we can use technology in the benefit of the population, of the society, and generally working with the public administration, because besides commercial and in the private sector, it's always much more difficult to make sure that you can implement and you can bring expertise and knowledge to the public sector. And we are very much eager to do that, to expand the programs, to build studies and cases that are relevant. And just to mention, because how AI is actually contributing for our societal well-being, you know that we had in our region recent floods. Just now, even in Moldova a few days ago, and in Romania, in other countries, we put together a Flood Hub, it's called. It's a tool that uses AI, and it manages to predict where floods are going to happen, and they can announce the population so they leave the cities, of course, if they want to do, but it's a warning that they receive before it actually happens, just using AI tools and data imagery. So it's basically, it saves lives, not to mention what we can do in predicting or detecting early stages of cancer and in healthcare. So I think using a macro vision of what AI can do for us is just impressive, and I think it's our role to now understand the capabilities and to make sure that we can achieve them and use them for the societal good. Of course, there are challenges, and that's why we need to understand how it works and to put in place mitigating solutions to make sure that we are not leaving malicious actors to benefit from that and to take advantage of the technology for the unwanted purposes.
Thank you. That's really cool examples showing with the floods and with the forestry and that you're doing. And I hope there is much more that can be done also in Moldova, and that the partnership with Google can be extended on many more other things that can be useful for the society and for the community. Let's move to Victor. Any cooperation or any big project is usually done in cooperation between the government, big tech companies, academia, and civil society. What is the opinion of Orange, Moldova, and how do you see yourselves involved in this process? What examples of successful collaboration can you bring up?
Yeah, I believe that cooperation between the government sector and private sector, this is a cumbersome moment, because without that cooperation, it will be very difficult to move on. The new technology, first of all, it's very disruptive. Second one, it requires significant investment to adopt it. And the third, it requires a lot of newly skilled personnel, which is pretty difficult now to source on the market. Therefore, I believe only this mix between public and private sector can work. Going back to use cases which were deployed, we are offering active support and participation in the government developments towards data, towards digital, towards AI since 2017. We've partnered for several hackathons and mobility projects in order to make use of data for identifying development opportunities, trends. Now, with use of AI, there are no, I cannot point yet successful projects deployed with the government, because mainly, as I said, and as Vyacheslav was mentioning, that today AI is a copilot. So today, mainly everything about AI is about using it as a assistant to the personnel. So any task you can imagine someone is able to do, AI can do it for you, can do it faster, can help you do it. So the next phase would be to really wait for those unassisted pilots. And I believe here both private companies and state have a crucial role to play. If, let's imagine that ultimate crazy world Vyacheslav described, if everything will be concentrated in one single model, running somewhere in the world, I cannot imagine having world as it is anymore, because there will be no more countries, there will be no more different regulations, there will be no more rules, so everything will be centrally managed. And as Fahed was mentioning in his speech, yeah, the risk of being manipulated, influenced, or biased is very big. And that's why the governments, and here European Union, I believe, is the best example, trying to regulate, or at least trying to somehow control this area, or to issue, let's say, some guidelines. It's a very good example. That's a pity that other big tech players in this area are not doing that. So government and responsible private companies who are developing use cases and products based on AI are basically the key how we can secure a very bright future, combining AI with augmenting our world, not replacing humans.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you. Vyacheslav, you've been involved in fostering innovation ecosystems over the last many years. How important is collaboration between startups, government, civil society in your view? And how do you envision this partnership shaping the future of tech development related to AI or emerging technologies or other in general?
Ну, как я сказал, на мой взгляд, AI is a game changer. Он, на мой взгляд, принципиально меняет вот и модели сотрудничества и все остальное. Во-первых, нужно понимать, что наступило время одиночек. То есть вот уже один человек plus AI может сделать то, что раньше для чего нужна была большая компания. Это очень интересная история. И я считаю, что очень многие государственные функции еще быстрее могут быть отданы на аутсорс для частных компаний. Это очень важный момент. Единственное, что я бы здесь хотел подчеркнуть, и я вот здесь поддержу Виктора касательно дипфейков, возможных проблем с достоверностью в искусственном интеллекте. 2 года назад, если я не ошибаюсь, в Катаре был чемпионат по AI, и они там показывали, как они делали прекрасные сервисы AI по разработке законов. Все было прекрасно, кроме одного, что когда там попытались этими законами воспользоваться европейцы, выяснилось, что по некоторым законам, ну, там, в этом регионе там, насилие над женщиной не является преступлением. Ну и, соответственно, если мы там, пытались, там, чтобы сервисы искусственного интеллекта друг с другом об чем-то обсуждали в судебной отрасли, то, естественно, с точки зрения европейских норм это оказалось совершенно ненормальным. Вот. И сейчас мы, к сожалению, плохо понимаем, на каких данных учатся те или иные сервисы искусственного интеллекта. И каждое государство, вот, на мой взгляд, должно взять на себя очень важную ответственность. Это обучение базовых моделей AI, на которых потом бизнес или стартапы могут делать свои решения. Но вот этот базовый датасет, качественный датасет, на основании которого все остальное будет работать, на мой взгляд, это зона ответственности государства, и потому что бизнес может это просто не потянуть. Я бы так ответил.
Thank you. Let's go back to Victor. I have one more question that I missed. So telecommunications is a critical enabler of digital services. How do you see the rise of 5G and the use of 5G and the development of emerging technologies reshaping the telecom industry and the adjacent ones? Anything to say here? Because we're talking about AI, but can AI be valid without the critical infrastructure that actually is also very well developed now, or getting there?
Yeah, when thinking about 5G and AI, we are happy that we control 5G because connectivity and electricity would be the two main sources which AI will require to work. So here's the last touch points where humans still can defend against AI in a futuristic, let's say, ultimate scenario. Well, 5G, as I said, is indeed an enabler for AI because AI requires a lot of computing power. And the way we build the infrastructure, the way we'll build the connectivity will basically enable the future development of AI models. It's when looking at this B2C use cases, when we are chatting with and having fun with AI, when we are receiving some prompts, everything works well with this kind of central infrastructure. But when we try to put AI at real work and engage it into corporate processes, into production processes, we require a different infrastructure. And here, definitely 5G with higher speed and lower latency will be the enabler for new use cases. At this time, I don't know if AI yet is at that stage that 5G is a key enabler, but for the whole telecom industry, we have a lot of digital technologies yet to be adopted. And here I'm speaking not only about us as Eurasia region, but Europe as well, as a continent. We are lacking a lot of digital processes at governmental levels, at corporate levels. But even countries like US, yeah, they have some tremendous tech giants, and they have tremendous global products, but when looking at all the processes all the way down to the citizen, it's not yet digital. So I believe that there is, for at least next 3-5 years, there is a lot of development in this area with the use of 5G and new telecom technologies as a support.
Thank you. So Cezara, as one of the biggest tech players in the world, and we've seen at one of our last conferences when one of your colleagues, Lavinia, was presenting medicine, AI in medicine. You mentioned now AI in forestry. We know there is AI in education. What shall we expect more, and how will the world look like with the use of AI? I don't know, will there be robots replacing us? Will we have each of us a robot dog coming with us? Will there be what? What should we be afraid of or not in the future?
Well, if I say the sky is the limit, would you agree with me? I don't know exactly where can we get with the, not just the amount of technology, but the super power that it has to navigate all the complex computing power calculations that we're having. But the advancement that it can promote is absolutely phenomenal, and I think we can only reach the tip of the iceberg in terms of understanding what this technology is capable of, and we are even more and more closer to artificial general intelligence that many of us have probably heard about. So I think we have a tremendous potential to use AI for the benefit of society, but of course understanding what are the perils, what are the opportunities, working together in so many aspects, as you said, in the future of work and education. I think it's one thing to also understand when AI is helping us and when our human cognitive capabilities are needed, so in terms of assessing the result of an output that is brought forward by technology, or just to understand that AI is not there just to make our homeworks and get us the easy way for tasks and other things, but to understand how to use it more meaningfully and where we can unleash our creativity and the personal traits that we have. So I think it's such a challenge for the future years, but at the same time is exciting to live in a moment in time when we can see all the technology developing, booming, and we can be part of that and together to shape it for the world that we want to be part of.
Thank you. I like the word creativity. That's probably going to make the difference and much more around it when it comes to humans and AI or humans powered by AI or vice versa. And last but not least question, Vyacheslav, maybe you have some particular applications, projects, trendy things that you would recommend everybody to look for and go for it and try it just from the perspective of AI and not only. So what should we stay with our eyes on it?
Если здесь есть родители, то прежде всего я хочу порекомендовать те чат-боты, которые я сделал для всех школьников Молдовы. Мы сделали чат-боты на русском, румынском языках по всем 9-12 класс. То есть вы можете ими воспользоваться, это очень удобно. Кстати, я там иногда сам, когда забываю физику, а мне нужно там по моей деятельности математику, я ими пользуюсь, очень хорошо все объясняет. Но в принципе так, если говорить серьезно, то я считаю, что каждый из нас должен себе выбрать сервис типа чата GPT и в нем очень хорошо разобраться. Потому что на сегодняшний день это инструментарий, который вы можете идеально подстроить под себя и который кратно повысит вашу эффективность. Вот я посчитал, что я в среднем чатом GPT пользуюсь где-то час в день, час-полтора в день. Я посчитал, моя эффективность повысилась, я специально там взял месяц и я отслеживал все, в 2,8 раза, то есть почти в 3 раза. Ну, я думаю, каждый из вас захотел бы некое повышение вот такой эффективности. Поэтому вот это используйте. А дальше все очень просто. Вот берете вашу деятельность, смотрите, какие бизнес-процессы у вас есть, и набираете в Гугле там based AI services for, там, я не знаю, for sales, бла-бла-бла и так далее. И вы точно найдете классные сервисы именно для вашей области, для вашей отрасли. Я вот в консультациях, которые у меня есть, я обычно всегда так рекомендую, и это реально помогает как людям отдельным, так и компаниям.
And Victor, the best B2B maybe service that we should all be with the eyes on, and that's where we like AI or something that you would like to recommend. I know it can be an orange service or not, or something else.
As I
Except
said,
phones.
Except what?
Except phones.
No, as I said, today AI is a conversational P2P copilot. Developing B2B services, this is the most difficult task today. And even large giants like Orange and other telecom operators, they're still struggling how they can generate value from using AI and at large scale. And because indeed, copilots, you can see twice the improvement of the efficiency, but at the end of the day, when employee is coming and asking for a double increase of salary, it's quite difficult to answer that and to respond to this demand. Therefore, it's a sensitive area. But we are offering a lot of consultancy and IT digitalization projects, let's say, or company digitalization projects for B2B customers, where we can augment the process or the business processes using chatbot, AI, voice bots, because today people very often confuse AI with all the digital technologies. There are a lot of other digital technologies which are more appropriate, more suitable for specific use cases, rather than jumping into AI and just being able to label your process or label your product that it's AI-driven, AI-enabled, AI-powered. That's not the point. And sometimes I'm really impressed with that. If you open LinkedIn, all the companies are 100% digital, 100% AI company. But when you go into financials of the company, you are not able to see the impact of the AI in the P&L of the company. So this is a message to be taken into account today.
And on this note, I hope we kind of drove through the global trends provided by Google, Cezara Panait, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy in Google Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova, Victor Sagaidac, Chief Information and Data Officer at Orange Moldova, and Vyacheslav Kunev, member of ATIC Board and entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, and startups founder. So let's give a round of applause for our cool panelists. I haven't heard that. I think we're like 5 minutes early, but I guess if we have 5 minutes more for the lunch and networking, you will not mind. We are back here at 16:00, 4 p.m. To have the next session on BPOs, and then a next one on the role of international donors in digitalization. And then we'll continue with the Summit Up event at 6 o'clock in the evening. So hopefully you stay with us till the end. Thank you. guests and speakers. So we continue our day with a wonderful panel which focuses on global resilience and innovation in business services and exploring local and international trends. It's one panel that is organized by ABSL Moldova, one of the partners today. And I would like to welcome on stage Olga Levitskaya, Executive Director of ABSL Moldova, as the moderator. Olga, you have the floor to invite all our speakers. So from now on, Olga is your guest, is your host. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear friends, dear guests. I'm happy to share this panel with you. I can promise you that today we will, I hope we will present to you a lot of interesting things. So from the beginning, I would like to agree with one of a very famous journalists saying that we are all living in the history textbook, actually. And I am sure that everyone is asking the question a lot of how about Moldova, how a small country can bring through the very long historical period when Moldova was considered by a more powerful and more bigger country like a subordinate one, how we can change it and how we can start the progressive, dynamic, digital and just happy development. So another how we can stop and protect our population from brain drain, and we know that Moldova was suffering a lot about this problem. So how we can stop it and protect our population, and how we can propose an alternative to our population instead of the low specialized job all over the world, and missing, when our population is missing the children growing up. So we can say you that all of this how will be covered in the end of our panel. And so ABSL has a lot of smart idea to share with you. What we will do right now and right here, and very concrete way. So first of all, very concrete way of doing. The second one is all ABSL resets is applicable right here and right now without expecting and waiting the bright future coming. So in actual situation with actual economical, political, all over the stuff, we have actual. And I hope that in the end of our panel, it will be obvious that we can do it. Yes, Moldova, yes, we can. So thank you. And now I am happy to present my brilliant colleagues. And first of all, I would like to invite at our stage Lilia Sinchuk-Engelen, the Honorary President of ABSL Moldova. So our foreign guest, Andrew Robel, founder partner of Emerging Europe. Thank you, Andrew, being with us today. Alexandru Cantor, Head of Investment Promotion Department at Invest Moldova Agency. And Daniela Vico, Country Manager at HSRs. So now I'm happy to pass word to Lilia, and Lilia will launch our panel sharing with us the local trends and industry resilience.
Thank you, Olga. Good afternoon, dear friends of Moldova. Good afternoon, guest, business community. The representative of the state, and thank you to be with Moldova, and thank you to support the growth of Moldova. Today, I want to share, first of all, regarding ABSL. ABSL International, it's an international structure. It's one of the leading, actually, NGO in Europe. It's representing a lot of sectors, and it's present in a lot of countries. Okay, as all the association, we have targets, and one of them is, of course, advocacy. I will share after that already more detailed information. Our slogan is accelerating growth, building sector expertise, and sharing global values. Regarding the sectors that ABSL International is representing is actually IT, administration, research and development, finance, marketing, supply chain operation, HR, operation services, procurement, custom services, outsourcing, and a lot of other services that actually can be done remotely or outsourced. Regarding the country in which, regarding the business service in Europe, according all the analytic reports that we have from our colleagues, we are sure that we can, till 2007, have about 200 million people in this sector. And this is important to mention that a big part of them, it's in the knowledge-intensive sector. Not only IT, because ABSL actually in Moldova, it's not representing the IT area, but we are extremely proud of everything that this sector did in Moldova and about the success story of Moldova, and we are supporting this very much. But beside this, the sectors that are, beside this, we have a lot of other sectors that are covered, and according all the analytics, about 70% of the jobs, actually, they are creating and everything out of IT, because not everybody has the capacity to do this, and the diversity of the sector, of the areas that can be covered in HR and finance and custom care, etc. It's enormous and it's always growing. And actually the business services are covering every industry, because all the industry have something to outsource, and especially I will talk a little bit later about the concept of what is happening actually in the crisis with the outsource industry. Here you can see the country. Moldova joined the ABSL in 2021. We are really welcoming everybody to join ABSL. You can have more information in absl.md and see all our targets, networking events. Regarding advocacy, for us it's important, not only advocacy, but all our actions. It's important, as Olga mentioned, to keep the people home. And of course, the business service sector, it's one of the opportunities actually to employ people practically after the high school, or mothers that want to have a part-time job, or people in the region, and not only, to stay in Moldova with a very high salary, and not only in Moldova or in Chisinau, but also in the region, also at home, near the parents. And this is extremely motivating for us, for ABSL Moldova, because now, according to the statistic, we have about 200 people per day that are leaving the country. And I think the business service sector is the crucial and a very important sector that can give the solution, because the youth, it's not so orientated to work hard work, not physically work, put it that way, in the industry or maybe in agriculture. As I mentioned, not everybody have the ability to work in IT. And like this, the big diversity of everything that can be outsourced or done remotely, it's a great opportunity. And we have huge example. For example, only from US diaspora, we have more than 1,000 jobs created in Moldova. And after the pandemic, they understood more that everything that be done remotely in US or Italy or Ireland can be done also in Moldova. And with a better fiscal system, actually one of the best in European continent, but I will not steal the bread of our state representative. And that is very important, and actually this is the message. And also the message that the outsource industry was born in the US, and we have the perception that a lot of people are seeing more like a student job, but okay, our colleagues will also talk about this, but it's an industry that can really employ people from high school or after the university till the, I don't know, the end of the career, and give a very, very, very good opportunity. And according to the economical expert studies done in Moldova, at least the salaries in our industry at least are 50% higher, but usually 2-3 times higher than the medium on the economy. Those are, okay, the countries. And what about ABSL in general, and not only ABSL, but business service sector? We are very, very happy to have the great support of our state institution and our government and Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy, that they are really supporting this industry. And all the beautiful example that we have already now, and we are also working a lot of diaspora. For example, with ABSL, we have 4 workshops per year in order to try to implement with their jobs or their business or somebody that want to be employed in Moldova, or somebody that we can create a better business in Moldova, and a lot of other beautiful initiatives. Like this, I think that if you want to be closer to your parents or you want to see the youth home, please become a fan of business service sector. Thank you.
If I can ask you something, thank you very much, Andrea. Could you please explain, it was very interesting, even if I know something, but it was, again, I was more proud to be a part of this. Could you please describe in a couple of words ABSL Moldova role in all of this?
ABSL Moldova, because it's a part of international organization, it's extremely important in order to make this common force, because the industry is very diversified. And the role of the ABSL is to put all these sectors together, that they can see each other as an industry. And also to promote this industry as a potential job, as an interesting job, as a well-paid job, as a long-term job, and of course to support our members and to support the entrepreneurs, because a lot of people that are working in international companies, they can create after that their own startups, because it's an easy startup to be created. And we have a lot of members in our associations that are actually small entrepreneurs working for exports and paying the taxes home. And because of that, a cell role is actually to put all this industry together and to embrace the expertise of the ABSL international community, of the ABSL family, because alone it's much more difficult to do it when you have such a strong family behind you.
Thank you very much. And just if I can, again, one question more. Why business services sector? I know, and it's enough well shared, that business services sector is considered like one of the most resilient one. So if you could explain why, per your opinion, it's like this.
I will try to do it short, you know, because every crisis, as somebody mentioned already from previous speaker, we have pandemic, after that we have energy crisis, after that we have in the region military crisis, we have crisis become already a normality, unfortunately, but every crisis, it's a problem and it's an opportunity. And everything that can be outsourced usually is growing in the crisis because people, companies, they are trying to focus on their main core activity and they try to outsource everything that can be done remotely, and especially after the pandemic. Even US it was normal, and all of European, especially about the pandemic, they realized that a lot of stuff can be done remotely. And because of that, the more crisis we have, the more job we have, in short.
So we can be very rich finally with all the crises we have.
If the industry is rich, the people are they are rich, and the country is rich, and the people are really happy and home. That is our main main target, main purpose. Put it that way.
Thank you very much, Velina.
Pleasure.
So now we will continue, and Andrew Robel, founding partner of Emergency Europe, we will explore with Andrew the international trends and innovation in business services sector.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here, and I have to ask you to give yourself a round of applause for staying up with us until 4 p.m. So thank you so much, and this round of applause is really useful here. Now, I want to echo some of the things that have been said already about the crisis and how crisis actually, helps develop the sector. And if we look at this year, the value of the outsourcing sector or global business services sector, whichever name we will apply here, is roughly $300 billion US, and it is projected that in 2032 it is going to be almost 14 trillion US dollars. So we see how this outsourcing, just like Lilia said, is developing in the times of crisis. And the interesting thing is that when we had the crisis, and I'm talking about COVID and all the other disruptions on the way, the sector was growing roughly by 10 to 15% per annum. So it is really a sector that has great potential. Now, when we look at emerging Europe briefly, what I am going to share in a moment is things that I hear from those who want to open a delivery center somewhere in Central and Eastern Europe, and those governments that want to create an environment that is really what investors are looking for. But I think one comment that I need to make before I do that is that we oftentimes forget that those investors, those who come to countries like Moldova, are not really the beneficiaries of what is being provided. It is actually the end clients, those who outsource or those who work, who partner with the companies that come to countries like Moldova. So we need to remember about that, because it's essential for the government, for the ecosystem, to be ready to accommodate these companies, because they will report back to their clients. So some of the things that we hear that are related to what is needed and how the sector is changing globally. If we speak to a new investor, for example, currently I had a call with a company from the UK that is looking to set up a delivery center somewhere in Central and Eastern Europe in cybersecurity. That's the sort of area that they are particularly interested in. The cybersecurity aspect is obviously essential, because they need to understand if they can deliver these services from that place. But apart from that, what is really key is the talent. And that's what I want to focus a bit more. And that talent is not only now, but in fact, it is even more important to see how available and how skilled the talent will be going forward. So investing in education now, and Lilia mentioned that sometimes the sector is perceived as a repetitive, easy job, but it is far from that. In fact, it is highly specialized very often. And we're also, sometimes we're talking about business process outsourcing, BPO, but we are also talking about knowledge process outsourcing or knowledge transfer, and so on and so on. So this is way more complicated than most of us would think. So some of the things that are related to talent. One of the questions that we often get is related to languages. And if people who we want to potentially employ in the organization speak English, it is nothing extraordinary anymore. It is something really required, and everybody should do that. If we're talking about language skills, we're talking about German perhaps, we're talking about French, we're talking about Italian sometimes. So I see German being the language that we are asked about the most, I would say. So preparing the population, the young cohort of potential employees to speak German is something really important. Earlier, Fahed was talking about AI, and I think skills like AI or working with AI, additionally reinvention and soft skills, these are skills that are often looked for. What I mean by reinvention, if we think about probably my parents' career, they had roughly 2 jobs throughout their career. Now they're both retired. When we're talking about ourselves, or maybe not so much about myself, I'm getting close to 50, so it's my career is about to end sooner than later. But probably the people who are entering the labor market right now, they will change their career several times, and being able to reinvent themselves, being able to use the soft skills. We're talking about emotional intelligence. There's way more intelligences that we can talk about, political intelligence as well. And these skills are also needed oftentimes by people who want to find employees in the sector. I think I mentioned the skills. Okay, one other thing that we hear very often is anything related to sustainability and ESG. I don't know how many of you know what ESG stands for. I don't know. Okay. Perfect, fantastic. So this is something that investors are also looking for, especially with this big drive for diversity and inclusion, things like that, and we need to be prepared for that as well. But there's also European law that is coming just next year that will require about, if I'm not mistaken, about 50,000 companies across the EU to publish reports related to their ESG activities. So all these requirements from those who will outsource somewhere will be passed on to the companies that provide these services. So this is also something that needs to be remembered about. Now, I mentioned the cybersecurity company. We are at the moment we are actually looking for several companies. Actually one, but we're speaking with several companies, several providers of IT services, and we had a pitch from a company from Macedonia, and there was a list of requirements, a very detailed brief, and one of the things that they came back to us was a contingency plan or a disruption, anti-disruption plan. So they weren't really familiar with what they need to be prepared for to continue providing services when something happens. And as we know, there's more disruption happening now than ever, and there will be even more happening. If we look at Ukraine right now, some companies have 3 power generators, 3 internet providers. This is the business continuity plan that we are actually talking about. The last thing that I wanted to ask you about is, how many of you have ever heard the concept of impact sourcing? Oh, one person, okay. Okay, so this is also something that is becoming extremely popular among companies that want to outsource. And impact sourcing is related to employing people from less privileged communities. And we're not talking about, because sometimes, and this is the misconception around impact sourcing is often linked to places like Africa, or, this cannot be more false. In fact, we have communities like that all over the place. In the UK, in the US, veterans sometimes, for example, now in Ukraine, but also in the US, can be underprivileged, single mothers, for example. And what I can say from what I have seen across different countries that have implemented the rules, this format, I can see that these employees have become way more loyal and want to contribute to the success of the company. So in countries of Central and Eastern Europe, I oftentimes bring the idea of impact sourcing, because I think that this can make a huge difference here. So these are the trends. Happy to talk about other things if you are interested. I will be staying here a little bit longer, so happy to answer questions.
Andrew, would you like to have a question? Sure. Okay, we will wait your question. I have one. It was very interesting, this global picture, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are Moldavian, and every time we ask ourselves, okay, and Moldova in this global picture?
Well, I think I mentioned one thing related to German. I think, if you look at, I posted something on LinkedIn before coming here, and there were 2 questions about what Moldova can offer, and one question was related to German. So how fast are we able to scale with German in Moldova? So I think looking at this language, considering the proximity to the German markets, I think that is something that I would look into. And the other thing, I would definitely look at impact sourcing. And, we are in Chisinau right now, but in fact, you have plenty of other places across the country where global business services can actually be implemented and used and provided from. So these are the 2 things that I would point out to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. Any questions? Okay, so we continue. And I'm happy to go to Alexandru Cantor, Head of Investment Promotion Department at Invest Moldova Agency. And Alexandru will share with us the item about dynamic of Moldavian BSS development and our country competitive advantages. Yes, Andrew, thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your... it's here. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon one more time, and thank you very much for your invitation. I'd like first, as Andrew mentioned, thank you very much for being here. Even though it's 4 o'clock, there are a lot of people in this room, and this means that there's a real interest about BPO services in our country. And in line with this idea, I will just want to briefly say that BPO services in the Republic of Moldova not only influences the economy, but it also influences and has an impact for the business services growth in the world. BSS is a vital pillar for companies around the world. First of all, because we're talking also about companies overall who are looking forward to increase their efficiency, lower the costs, and focus mainly on the core of their businesses. And taking into account the competitive advantage and the importance and the, focus on the, wherever this is business services, support customer services, IT services, financial services, transportation, logistics, it's very important for them to be more competitive today and be more agile in the world where many everyday companies are opening and they're being more and more chasing one of each other. And in this line of idea, I just wanted to present you some key facts regarding Moldova, because business services, it's important for Moldova not only for the economic growth, but also for the job creation, for the skills development, either its IT sector or its customer services, and also for the diversification of the economy, not only concentration on the classic types of jobs, but also IT BPO. We had, for 2023, we have $246 million in the BPO sector, which is 31.5% increase comparing to the 2022. And if we see the graph comparing to 2020, we have doubled the amount of investments in BPO services. For the Q1 of 2024, we have 8% increase. Also, the second graph and the pie chart, basically, it shows that 42% of the services in the exports in our country are services. This includes not only BPO, but IT services, logistics, travel, because we're talking about travel and what this means. These are the our services for international companies for selling tickets. And yeah, I know we agreed for a question, but I just wanted to talk also about the competitive advantage of doing BSS in Moldova. As Andrew mentioned, most of them are also applicable for Republic of Moldova. It's regarding highly educated and multilingual labor force. It's very important because even though many of us think that BSS you can come today, work for or have a training for 1-2 months and be a specialist in BCC. This includes critical thinking. This includes language skills. We have in BSS more than 14 languages working. So this is great, and this means that we are well educated in this service, and you need a background to be in this area. We also, the second one is advantage and reliable ICT infrastructure and openness for the government to support the sector. I have the next one, but they are in line with this idea with 7% flat tax in the MITP sector. And moreover, taking into account that BPO sector was included now in MITP, I think this will have an impact and growth for the sector, because many of us, even though they were not declared, they were working in the BPO services. I know personally people who now, after the BPO was included in MITP, they're eager just to go register and have the 7% flat tax. We have a proximity in both businesses and culture from the European market. And Andrew said, we have 2-3 hour difference from the European market, but it's not only European, it's also US market, which is a huge part of the BPO services. And here also I would like to point out the eager of our citizens, of our students to work hard, even if it's night shift, taking into the consideration the difference of the time. They are looking forward to work more and more. And a long time ago, I was also part of BPO, and I know how this works. And this is really, it's like a positive drug of doing this. And also lower operational costs also is very, very important for businesses around the world. That's why they're coming here to Moldova to lower their costs in a way, but also improving the BPO sector and bringing money here, paying taxes here, and developing our economy too. So yeah, this is, yeah, briefly, maybe if you have a question.
Sure, for sure. If we could go for the second slide, please. You know, in my past, I was an auditor, so the figures always provoke my curiosity. So if we compare, for example, 246 million of dollar with our gross development product, it's about 1.5%, something about like this.
Yeah.
How you consider this figure comparing the GDP?
Yes, in a way you're right, but on the other side, if you see the chart, it's growing every year. So taking into account 2020 had been 126 million, today is doubled. And again, going back to the fact that right now BPO and companies are looking forward to externalize more and more their services, to concentrate on their core businesses and get more competitive advantage in their field. This, I guess, will go up and up, and the sector will increase more and more. And again, being also now part of the MITP park and with a flat 7% tax, this will have an influence.
So the potential is huge,
yeah.
And not only the potential, the figures we are watching now demonstrate that we are already exploring this potential.
Yes, you're right. And before that, we can give, I don't want to give the name of the company, but we at Invest Moldova are working with IT and BPO companies coming to us looking for the perspectives of Moldova. We have a person especially on IT and BPO focused, and having negotiations with them, providing the salaries, average salaries of Moldova, the competitive advantage of the country. And we have every month 2-3 companies looking for that, and they are coming to Moldova. So the trend is really, really positive on that.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you. So we go through, and now Daniela Vical will share with us. Daniela is a country manager of HSers, and Daniela will share with us the success story of HSers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Olga, thank you for the introduction. So indeed, here I'm representing ESS organization, and mainly I will speak about our office in Chisinau today. If I will be able to move the slides. Okay, and if I go back a little bit. Okay, so for those who don't know yet, ESS is a Belgian transportation company. So we are founded in Belgium in 1928, very long time ago. So this means we are a company with a history already, and also with already a big presence on the European market. Some corporate figures about us. So our organization has a revenue of 1.1 billion of euros. We have more than 7,000 employees in more than 18 countries, and one of these countries is Moldova as well. We have also our own warehouses, so this means we have more than 1,300,000 square meters of warehouses where we can keep the goods of our customers. And as well, we have our own trucks, more than 1,400, our own trailers, more than 4,000. We have safe box, ISO tanks. So all these numbers show the fact that our company is focused on the transportation of different kinds of goods, be it chemicals, goods, pharmaceutical goods, high security goods, goods for infrastructure, so on and so forth. Okay, but the question is, what do we do in Moldova, right? That's the question we have to answer today. In Moldova, we are a shared service center. So before I move on, I want all us to align what a shared service center stands for. This is the definition ChatGPT gave to me. So I will share the definition with you. a shared service center is a centralized unit within an organization that provides services to different departments of a company. So in my way of speaking, with my words, ESRs in Moldova is an entity created inside ESR's organization providing services for our all departments in Belgium. So mainly our internal customers are our main customers and the single ones. So we are working for our head office from Belgium. So what does this mean? ADPC, like a shared service center, this is the fiscal name in Moldova, is a data processing center. We have two main customers in Belgium. We have transportation business units from Belgium, and here I'm speaking about the pharmaceutical business unit, chemical one, infra one. So we provide services for all the transportation business units, services like order management, customer care, forwarding, invoicing. And the other are one of the biggest also internal customer are the support units, finance and HR. And for finance and HR, we do provide services like accounting and like payroll. So mainly 80% of our employees, they are working for transportation business units, and only 20% they are focused on the support units for our head office from Belgium. Okay, how are we organized in a shared service center? So and here you have the slide of our leadership team. So our organization in Moldova is divided per functional stream. So this means we have the first department, order management one, led by Valeria. Valeria is working for us 7 years. We have the customer care and payroll department, led by Ludmila Zaharko. She's working for us 10 years already. And we have the last functional stream, the last department, invoicing and accountancy, like the manager, Alexandru Shevchenko, working for us 9 years. So what does bring to us if we divide the operations by functional stream? So first of all, we have control over the quality. Secondly, of course, you centralize all the expertise of your people. You can work also on the standardization of the services. It's easier for us to report all the metrics that we have. And as well, we can have a better and effective collaboration with our stakeholders. So as you see, all the members of our leadership team, they have quite long seniority within our office in Chisinau. And for the business service sector, I mean, this number, I mean, like 4 years, 9 years, this means a lot. Our colleagues who have similar jobs like mine know what I'm speaking about in the human resources sector especially. So Adriana is our youngest team member. She's working for us 1 year. But together, all our leadership team members, so we counted and we summed up how many working years of experience we have, and we have 95 together years of working experience together. So in our organization, we are really focused on the internal mobility. So when we have a position of a team coordinator, of a team manager, of course, first we will look internally and then we look externally. But in generally speaking, all our team coordinators, all our team managers, also myself, we all started in operational positions first, and then we've been growing into leadership and management positions. Okay, looking back, so when did we start to operate in Moldova? Long ago, actually, we have quite already a long period in Moldova market as well. So we started in 2008 in Moldova, only with 2 employees at that time in a very small office. And now we are an organization of more than 100 employees. Operating in dual location setup, what does this mean? Andrew mentioned something about contingency. So investors ask about contingency plan because we have a lot of crises and interruptions later on, and it's true. If you see here on the graph, look at the graph 2022, and there you see 97, it's a red bar, so this means this is represented by our office in Chisinau, EDPC 1. And you see 27 there, the number of our team members in Romania, Oradea. When the war started, 2022 with Ukraine, we had quite a huge panic in the company, like all the other organizations. So from one hand, we had our people who've been looking at us and just asking, what if the war would escalate in Moldova as well? So what do we do? They've been sharing with us intentions to leave the country. And on the other hand, we had our internal customers who've been also asking for contingency for our operations. So what we understood then, in 2022, is the fact that we don't have a contingency. So at that point in time, we didn't have a contingency for our core operations. So this means if the office in Moldova is not working, we block the entire operations in a huge transportation organization. That's why we decided to open another team there in our office in Oradea. And now we have 100 employees in Chisinau and 19, they are working in Oradea for our core processes. So in case something is happening, we have a BCP, we have a contingency for our people, for their inner state and for their feeling of being safe, but also for our internal customers. So mainly, we are a shared service center operating from 2022 in a dual location concept. With EDPC one, like I mentioned, something in Chisinau. So this means in Chisinau we have a full portfolio of services. The management team, the leadership team is in Chisinau, while the team in Oradea will have there only the core processes, the contingency, and this team is also reporting to our leadership team in Chisinau. And we are working like one virtual team. I know nobody likes numbers, especially at 4 o'clock, almost 5. Nevertheless, I will try to be very short. So I try to put numbers without graphs. At least maybe this way I can catch your attention a little bit. So here you have the numbers of our shared service center for last year. So we have the first department, order management, and we created manually more than 4,000 of orders. I know it sounds easy, order management, but believe me, it's not. Once you create an order, especially for pharmaceutical industry, you understand how difficult it is because an order can take up to 20 minutes, one order should be inserted in the system. So we are the department that receives the orders from our customers, and after we enter the orders in the system, we have another team in Belgium who mainly is planning the trips. So our dispatching services is located in Belgium. So if we don't insert the orders in our system, so this means our planning department in Belgium cannot operate. That's how important are the operations that we do provide in our shared service center in Chisinau. Of course, we have customer care as well, and here you have the numbers. I will not, read them not to lose the time. For the pharmaceutical industry, also for chemicals industry as well, we follow up the shipments, we take care, not to have delays in pickup, in delivery as well. We do inform our customers proactively. Also, we follow up all our trucks. So all our trucks, of course, they have a computer on their board. So we follow all the actions of our drivers. If we see a delay, of course, again, we have to inform the customers, to speak with the drivers. Invoicing and accountancy, the ones who take care, if we transport the goods, they have to invoice, our customers. So we invoiced last year, more than 572,000 of orders, and payroll drivers, the transportation company drivers, they are the ones, who move the truck, metaphorically speaking. So that's why also we checked more than 8,000 of drivers' activities last year. So mainly we checked the activities, and then our HR department from Belgium makes a last check, and then our drivers can receive their salaries. So all this, all together, they had also a big impact on our mission. So mission, you know the question, so raison d'etre, so why do we exist? That's the mission statement of any organization. From a very small company with 2 people in 2028, performing repetitive tasks to create time for local business in Belgium to focus on their customers. EDPC, today, it's an organization of more than 100 of employees in a dual location concept, having a contingency plan, providing transport management services from order validation to invoicing in order to support the profitable growth in a customer intimate way. And if I am at the category success stories, because this was the topic of my presentation, and you would ask me which is the success ingredient, of course there are a lot, written procedures, standardization, optimizations, trainings, so on and so forth. But dear audience, the most important success ingredient from my point of view is the team. So every team member who comes every day in our office and provides work with high quality of the service to our internal customers, they are the secret. Because great things in business are never done by one person, they are done by a team of people.
Thank you so much, Daniela, for such beautiful success story. I would like to ask you just the one question. So finally, you are the final person finishing our panel. So after all we here today, could you please notify the formulaic group thinking idea that business services, it's like, let's say, repetitive, boring job? Is it finally myth or reality?
Well, I think the success story of our organization tells the fact that it's a myth, not a reality. Nevertheless, I will try to give my point of view on this myth because I don't like this statement at all. Our sector is not at all about repetitive work only. It's more than this. If you look in the past, because I was in this sector from the very beginning, and I've seen how it was growing and evolving. If you look back at 10, 15 years ago, then can be this was the case. Because every shared service center, when it starts to operate, you start by what? By transferring simple work. So this means simple but very big volume at a low cost. So 10, 15 years ago, this was the case. Repetitive work on a low cost, low human capital cost. If we look now, what do we have? Was also mentioning about you, Alexandru, about the low operational cost. Yes, we are lower, but not as cheap anymore as we've been. So what we have now, so we're becoming more and more expensive. That's why with all the AI trends, everything that could be standardized, automated already was, because our sector, as other sectors as well, they are focused on working smarter and not harder. That's why all the repetitive work already was optimized. Oh yes, digitalization, yes, indeed, as well. If we look in our organization, ASRs group-wise, of course, we are trying to follow the same trends. If I look in my organization, I'm representing in a DPC, then I can tell you that we are trying day by day to optimize our services. So we are really building every day the continuous improvement mindset. Small continuous improvements long-term lead to remarkable results. This is our philosophy in our shared service center. We even have a file where we log on, yes, in Excel, the improvement ideas. At the end of the month, we have a tombola. The best ideas, they receive a symbolistic gift as well. So we optimize what we can, nevertheless. Our organization has like a strategic customer intimacy. So this means we have as many exceptions as customers. That's why I will give you an example. Last year we started a project. The goal of the project was in the following way: to analyze possibilities of automation for our water management department. So this is one of our core services. We spent months of analyzing. We analyzed local providers who had magnificent tools based on AI and machine learning. We also analyzed suppliers from Romanian market as well. And after months of huge amount of work done by our team, our conclusion was we cannot automate because our processes are too complex. Why they are so complex? Because they require a lot of analytical thinking, a lot of experience from our people. That's why it's so important to be focused on your team and to keep them in your organization as well. So when we make, our calculations of the result of investment from a department of 35 plus employees, we could automate the work of 2 FTEs, 2 full-time employees. Of course, we close the project. You cannot start a project to automate the work of 2 FTEs out of a department of more than 35 employees. So it's not at all a repetitive job, at all. It's more than this. It's a sector with a huge potential where you can start to work like a student indeed, because also education was mentioned here. It's correct, but also the sector where you can build a career. And I think with the graph of my leadership team, we proved this. So our people come students, but now, they have families and they work for us for years already.
Thank you very much, Daniela.
You are welcome.
I didn't say you, but I am a little bit medium, and now I'm feeling that Andrew will have some additional thing to share with us.
Just a final thought to build on what Daniela just said about the skills. So we can see that these analytical skills are here. I just wanted to echo one report which we published alongside MITP earlier this year, where we talked about the IT skills. And one thought about Moldova, if you look at Central and Eastern Europe, at 23 countries that our organization covers, we have one country that is quite stellar when it comes to digital transformation, and I'm talking about Estonia for now. Now, if we look at the share of IT specialists employed in the economy, Moldova is only second to Estonia now. So I think that shows the potential and the skills that the country has to make use not only in the IT sector, but also in the global services sector. So that was my final thought that I wanted to share with you before we go.
Okay, thank you. And Lila?
Yeah, thank you very much for everybody. We already are pretty close to close the panel. My thing is, listening to all the speakers before, I'm very proud actually about ESER's success story. And as you see, only 19 people are in Romania and 100 in Moldova, and even all of them, they had the choice, they stayed in Moldova. And we have also different figures about productivity, cost, and that, and it's shocking that the numbers from Moldova are much, much better. Okay. And regarding the, I want to close with a small remark. You know, the motto of European Union is united in diversity. And this is, I think, the motto also of ABSL, because when we see that the services beside IT are 3 times bigger already in Moldova, and how diverse they are, because we have 4 generations working in the same company. It makes age diversity. We have gender diversity. We have diversity about the activities, because it's really, 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 really diverse. And that will be my, I think, my message. Let's be united in diversity, also in business service sector.
Thank you very much, Lila. And I would like to say that, unfortunately, we have not enough time now, but we are here, and if somebody of you would like to be a part of our association, you are welcome. You can find all our social work, social pages and whatever. So we will be happy to talk with you, to share with you our experience, and we hope to be useful for you. That's why we are existing and we are working. Thank you very much. And now I would like to propose you to applaud to my brilliant colleagues. So Lila Sinchuk and Gelen, thank you very much. Andrew Robel, thank you. Alexandru Kanter and Daniela Vikal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cool. So thank you, Lilia, and the team. That was quite cool to bring all these people. It was quite insightful, I would say. So hope you all think the same. We are coming to our last panel, but not least, which is the digital transformation in Eurasia, the role of international donors, that will be moderated by our colleague Irina Buzu, who is AI advisor within the Ministry of Economy and Digitalization, and she will present the other guest speakers. And please stay tuned, don't leave. We will have this panel, and then we will go to the Summit Up event. So Irina, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I think the rest of us who have still managed to stay up until almost 5 o'clock are the real champions of this event. So, not to take too much of your time, the panel that I am moderating today is meant to kind of focus on everything that has been discussed throughout the first day and to address how the international donors and partners are helping us as a region and as a sector to develop our digital transformation journey as part of the economic growth journey per se. So in recent years, all of us are aware that our region, of which Moldova is part of, has gone through a digital transformation shift. And that has happened not only because there is a lot of innovation and technology that is being embedded into this journey, but also because technology has been acknowledged as a key driver for economic growth. And for this, we have to thank all the stakeholders who are involved in this process, beginning with the industry that brings the talent and the incredible people, the government who supports the projects, and the international donors and partners, without whom this entire journey would have been so much more difficult to achieve. And without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage a brilliant lineup of panelists that we have today. Maria Claudia Pachon, Senior Digital Development Specialist with the World Bank. Please join us on stage. Thank you. Dumitru, Analyst, Advisor for Small Businesses Program within the EBRD. Hi. We also have with us today Thomas Alvoteg, Deputy Head of Cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden. as well as Galina Chikanchi, country officer for Moldova at IFC. And we'll have William Trigg join us a little later on today. Thank you very much for... Oh, sorry, I thought you were... Please, join us on stage, sorry. Just a second. So, as we started to kind of give a brief intro into this panel, we are aware and incredibly grateful as a country, but also as a region, to have so many international donors and partners who are supporting our most innovative projects and experiences. And in this sense, I think from the perspective especially of the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, donors are one of the key drivers behind all the emergent agendas that the ministry is trying to drive. And in this sense, the USAID has been one of the, I'm really proud to say, one of the, I guess, the closest partners that we've had so far on the digital transformation agenda, but also you've helped us build the digital transformation agenda as part of the larger economic growth one. So my first question would go to William in this sense, and what would you say are the USAID's priorities for digital transformation, but also, again, circling back to the economic growth agenda and sustainability for the upcoming year and the foreseeable future?
Benazia, thank you for that question. It is a great question. One I had to think about before my drive over here. And earlier today, and something we think about, quite frankly, every day at USAID. We make plans for this, and with our partners in Moldova here, frequently and often. So I don't think it comes as any surprise to anyone sitting in this room or up on this panel that there are 5 or 6 areas where the digital transformation, where the particular areas we work in are going to be important. They're important now, and they will be important for this next coming year and for a few more years to come, actually. Spaces where we work, I'll just give you 3 or 4 because I know I don't have a lot of time, but digital governance, cybersecurity, trade and logistics, and financial inclusion. There's other areas, digital skills and private sector collaboration, but I won't dig into those too much. So digital governance, we have to ask ourselves, what does like the rest of the EU look like? And I say rest of the EU because Moldova will be in the EU. Some people say 2030, I'm much more positive on that, so maybe before. So you have to think about what does that look like in the EU as well. So what we wanted to do is support e-governance systems in digital identity solutions, but also data management practices. We think this is an important area right now. Of course, this will be important well into the future. On cybersecurity, I think this goes without saying. There are elections that are coming up. There are malevolent actors, actors that do not want the systems to work here in Moldova very well. Sometimes they just want to give people a hard time to make their choice of what is the EU much harder, than it was in previous years. So on cybersecurity, we are strengthening Moldova's cybersecurity framework and data protection through initiatives like teaming up with the government here in CyberCore, the CyberCore Institute, but also partnerships, private partnerships, bringing Google and using that type of massive entity and the resources it has to bear into Moldova. Now, we do have a small grants program already that we teamed up with Google on, but they are here, they're on the ground, and they're working in this area as well. On trade and logistics, those efforts will include optimizing the borders and streamlining those processes at the border. We know that Moldova has now become a linchpin in that trade between the EU, other countries, and Ukraine, which is so essential for Ukraine to stay on its legs and kind of make this good fight that they have right now in protecting the kind of the eastern flank of what is Europe. So how are we doing that? It's in border queuing systems, or BQSs. That will be a place that right now currently you see our commitments in, but also in the future, and that's in order to help Moldova better integrate into the European market. And then last, I'll just say financial inclusion. I have a lot more here, but I don't want to bore anybody, and Thomas is already looking at me upset, so give time to everybody. On financial inclusion, we're working heavily with the National Bank of Moldova and private companies. That's just to enhance the financial systems, promote transparency there, and it's also to introduce instant payment solutions to boost transaction efficiency. You've already seen some of this, a lot of these types of things that are happening already. Some of the openings have actually been very much in this room when we're talking about financial transactions and new programs, new apps that have been brought to bear that are gonna help Moldova and its interaction with its EU partners. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for highlighting the European integration agenda, as we, all the stakeholders, and with the support of our donors and partners, are really building this huge journey towards European integration. And one of the core principles of European integration, but also one of the highlights of all the projects that have been supported by World Bank, are sustainable development goals and transparency. So in key with this, Maria, I would like to ask, could you share a bit, what are the World Bank's priorities in the IT and digital space when it comes to supporting the governments in Eurasia, but also in Moldova? And how do these initiatives align with sustainable development and transparency in governance?
Hello. So again, thank you for having me here, and I'll talk a little bit of what we're doing on when we work with the different countries, and Galina, who's also here as part of our sort of more private part in the World Bank Group, will talk a little bit more on the private sector. But digitalization has become a core priority for the World Bank with the recent launch of a dedicated vice presidency and commitment to support countries to build the foundations and pathways to accelerate digitalization at scale to benefit governments, citizens, and businesses. And this all aligns very well with digital transformation strategies being written and developed across the region, and the achievement of sustainable development goals. You know, the bank's vision now, with this new vice presidency, recognizes that digital technologies, including AI and data, a lot of what we've talked today, present a unique opportunity to accelerate development. They can deliver wide-ranging services to populations, health services, education, financial, and many more, without traditional challenges, and particularly in general, lower costs. It also helps and enables new ways for governments to govern effectively and transparently. For example, digitalization can alter opportunities for corruption by reducing arbitrary behaviors. It increases transparency and enables accountability. We've seen that improving across the region. We see that in examples, for example, Ukraine with their DiA application, here in Moldova by digitalizing services and having them online. These efforts have improved transparency and accountability. Now, our new approach, programmatic approach for digital acceleration, is structured around 5 specific building blocks. The first one is a foundation layer to ensure broadband connectivity and robust data hosting infrastructure needed to form the strong base for all digital economy activities. The bank has been working across the region and across the globe in innovative approaches to extend the middle mile and last mile broadband connectivity so that countries can fill gaps between rural areas and hard-to-reach communities and bridge the digital divide. It also includes establishing cloud systems, data hosting, infrastructure to fulfill the needs of growing digital societies that rely on processing large amounts of data safely, efficiently, and especially in emerging markets looking to scale and implement new technologies, including AI. Secondly, we are enabling the catalysts and accelerators to enhance the digital economy through establishing digital public infrastructure, including digital ID systems, expanding digital ID coverage, creating greater data exchange modalities, building secure and widely used digital payment systems. An important aspect of this pillar, and has been already mentioned by our colleague from USAID, is making sure that we have the appropriate safeguards, a strong data governance, and cybersecurity, all of which improve transparency and trust. The third layer facilitates investments in the use of high-impact digital services, and I mentioned a couple of cases across health, education, etc., and that leverage kind of the foundational elements. And finally, and we've discussed today here on a number of occasions, we're supporting countries to develop the needed digital skills to fulfill the jobs of the future, improving digital skills both at basic literacy and advanced skills as necessary steps to across the public sector, private sector, and the citizens to be able to really have the benefits of digitalization, to have equal opportunities, to improve the uptake of digital services, and ensure we are providing the growing ICT sector with the appropriate skilled workforce. And just to close also, for us in particular in the Eurasia region, it's important what you were just mentioning in terms of the alignment with the EU and with the goal of joining the EU in the near future. I'm an optimist also, so I will go for a 2030 goal, but also helping the countries align with regional harmonization to make sure that cross-border data flows, etc. And I'll leave it right now here.
Thank you very much for highlighting two of the core components that we have also been focusing on. So one is data as the component that underpins anything related to digital transformation. So as long as you have in place a robust enough data governance ecosystem and you have the safeguards there in place, you can also parallelly focus on developing the skills of the people. So if you have the robust data and robust skill force, and you can really build an ecosystem that is going to last and that is going to be adaptable and future-proof. And with this, I would like to circle back sort of to how we can ensure that digital transformation aligns with the government and the private sector's priorities. And for this, I would like to get the perspective from Galina and from IFC in terms of how, or rather, what are the IFC's priorities when engaging with governments in the IT and digital transformation journeys? And how does the IFC cover the, or basically enable governments to foster a conducive environment for economic and digital growth?
Thank you. It's on. Okay. So thank you for your question. Yes, IFC is a part of the World Bank Group, but we are the part that faces the private sector. Therefore, our concerns are mainly guided by the needs of the private sector. Given that this forum is, state and IT, yes, our relationship with the state is very important in facilitating the right environment for the private sector to develop, especially the regulatory environment. We pay attention a lot to the regulatory environment because it can either enable or inhibit a development of a sector. And it's not only in digital, but since we are talking about digital mostly today, we currently have a lot of engagement in developing digital aspects of business. And to exemplify, we in many countries have encouraged regulators to create regulatory sandboxes in situations when they have doubts to what degree they need to liberalize some regulations, to what degree they need to enable more digital interaction. That is very sensitive in such areas like banking and finance, for example, like know your customer procedures, anti-money laundering, payments, open banking. These are all the topics in which we do engage with regulators, either through regulatory sandboxes or by helping the regulators strike the right balance between how tough the regulations are and how enabling they want it to be. Our latest engagement with the National Bank of Moldova, for example, is on digital financial services, and the topics that we are working together on from the regulatory standpoint are exactly these ones: digital payments, digital financial services, promoting open banking in a safe regulatory way. Another way in which we engage with governments, but for the sake of the private sector development, is that we help governments build digital interfaces between government institutions and the private sector. No doubt, I mean, the usefulness of digital interfaces between governments and private sector have been proven effective and beneficial for a long time. They bring huge compliance cost savings to businesses, and we are actively promoting it in the region, but specifically in Moldova as well. So we've been involved in the permits and licenses, digital interface building together with our colleagues from the World Bank. So it's been a collaboration, a long-standing collaboration. And we've helped the government more recently build a digital interface between the Food Safety Agency and the agri-processing sector, so the processing enterprises. It doesn't sound digital, but we built the digital interface, which saves time, money, and limits opportunities for corruption. That's important for those who want to progress fast. And we see opportunities here through digital. And we supported this country to build the digital depository of financial statements, because investors, small and big, were complaining that Moldova is a black box. You don't find any information about companies in Moldova, who they are, what they are, how big they are. So I think we resolved that successfully. And what I need to know that these initiatives have all been financed by Swedish government. So we joined forces, and that's how we collaborate between us, the DFIs, the public sector arm, the World Bank, the private sector arm, IFC, and donors, SIDA and others in other countries or in other projects. We also work directly with the private sector. That's our key mandate, actually. And we do invest in digital projects and digital companies directly. But for us to invest directly, the company needs to be of a certain scale already, so that we can help it expand and grow internationally to bigger markets, probably. In smaller companies or at earlier stages, we do our engagement vehicles are private equity funds, in which we invest in this region as well. So Horizon Capital is our partner for investing in tech and digital firms in this region, Ukraine and Moldova. But not only Horizon, also others. And I can tell that IFC investments in digital and tech in this region are quite numerous. We've invested, for illustrative purposes, I won't give the names, but 5 tech firms in Ukraine recently, at least one firm in Romania. And it can be like from online education platforms to cybersecurity products and we also engage, we treat them in the same pool or the same industry, the BPO sector. So BPO sector is something that we have done in other geographies, but we will happily support that in Moldova as well. I guess I've covered it all and not within the 3 minutes allocated,
okay.
But then thank you.
Thank you so much, and also thank you for showcasing the idea of interfaces, because digital transformation is so much more than just creating a website for a service that before that was simply analog. It's about changing the entire process behind a specific service. It's about skilling the people. It's about building awareness. It's about building cooperation. So what you guys have done so far is just showing that this is possible, specifically through collaboration. And because digital transformation is such a complex process that has both a bunch of opportunities, but also a lot of bottlenecks, and there's a lot of risks associated. We do know that Sweden is one of the drivers behind digital transformation in Europe. And I was wondering, Thomas, if you could share a bit on what are the examples that we can use from the experience of Sweden, and which of those could be perhaps replicated, or at least which of those could inspire the region and Moldova specifically. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's very good to be back at TechWorld. My very first visit, the first day in Moldova, was in April 2017, I think 2 or 3 weeks after TechWorld was inaugurated. And it's quite impressive, the journey that both TechWorld and Moldova has done since then in the IT sector. So it's really, yeah. So the question is if you still have something to learn. I know that you've been talking about AI today. So actually I checked ChatGPT, what they say about Sweden in terms of what we have done right. And I think it's fairly accurate, actually, what I was planning to say anyhow. But I think you have to go back, because I think Sweden was quite good at having, very early on, understanding the importance of actually focusing on investing long term. I mean, I think we have to go back to the Middle Ages of IT. If you remember, when a mobile phone was like a shoebox in size, and you could, if you were lucky, you could send a text. That was about it. So anyhow, I mean, that time there was heavy investment by the state, by municipalities, and actually rolling out broadband to as much as we could to every corner of the country. So I think that made it possible for business all over the country, not only the capital, to start actually using digital tools very early on. And I checked the figures, and nowadays, I mean, 83% of the households in Sweden has actually access to broadband. Of course, nowadays, maybe mobile data traffic is more important, and I also saw that 90% of the households today have access to 5G as well. So that's, when you talk about the ability to make a business everywhere in the country, we can do that. So it has been about a very strategic getting focus in terms of infrastructure investment, partnership between public funding and private sector, and also quite early on about talent and skills. When I was at university, at the Technology University in Stockholm, suddenly there was an idea to start some sort of innovation center together with Ericsson and other companies in Chirita. And we didn't understand why. Why on earth? Why waste money on these sort of fluffy things? But well, there were people that understood better than me in that time. And actually, that actually was a very important part, to put this kind of innovation center and really good contact between private sector and the universities, and actually what skills are needed. Another thing that maybe not as so obvious, I think also about trust. You need a society where people can trust each other, where you can trust the technology, that it's safe. So the whole thing about transparency, building democratic structure and anti-corruption, as I mentioned, in the part of the digitalization, I think is really one important part of our success stories. And then what Moldova can learn about that. The fact is, I mean, the collaboration we had, of course, with IFC and particularly with USAID, since, well, you started far earlier than us here in Moldova, but we jumped on the train in 2015, 16, I think. You basically are doing all these kind of things. You are investing in improving skills. We have supported also a lot in terms of innovation centers. You are investing heavily in digital infrastructure and actually making a lot of service for public and for private sector digital. And I looked up the ICT sector in terms of GDP in Sweden, and it's 6%, and Sweden is very proud of that. I also looked up Moldova's, and they actually are 7%. I know the Swedish economy is slightly bigger, but still, so I mean, I think Moldova is on the right track.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for highlighting the core pillar that trust is, because as we all know, trust is very hard to earn and most times very easy to lose, especially when it comes to technology. Trust is also very much linked to security and to the fact that uptake of technological development and digital transformation is very much kind of dependent on how much trust the people or the companies or the state has in the process itself. And for Moldova, SMEs are one of the key components of our business environment. So I would like to ask Dumitru, from the EBRD's perspective, and since you guys support a bunch of digital transformation projects for the SMEs, could you maybe share some of your perspective and some of your experiences with this and the priorities that the EBRD has? Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Irina, for the question. First of all, I would like to mention that digitalization among green economy and inclusion is one of EBRD's top priorities. And in this regard, we do support SMEs, and we do focus on access to finance for SMEs, capacity building, and innovation. We deliver this support through tailored programs for local SMEs and startups that are targeted at helping the businesses overcome the barriers they have on the way to their development. A few of these, or two of very harsh barriers for SMEs are lack of finance and lack of expertise sometimes. And while many consider investment into material things more important, such as acquisition of equipment and hardware stuff, we do remember that investing into digital tools is also crucial for development of the companies. And sometimes these digital tools help them, not sometimes, but every time, these digital tools help them multiply their business size x2, x3, and they do imply less investments compared to material things. That is why we support the local businesses with technical assistance. We do connect them with local experts and international advisors in this regard in order to grow their businesses efficiently.
Thank you very much. And since what I noticed throughout the discussion up until this point is that there is, of course, a bunch of advantages and opportunities that digital transformation brings specifically to the private sector. And also quite a few challenges have been highlighted, which, I mean, not just challenges would be too harsh a word. For example, the skilled workforce can both be a driver, but also a challenge in terms of achieving it. So I would like to circle back to William and ask you, from your experience with USAID and supporting digital transformation of the private sector, what are some of the challenges that you have encountered, and how does that perhaps sometimes stifle, but also enable collaboration with the private sector? Thank you.
Yeah, so we encounter a lot of challenges, but there's always a silver lining in every cloud. So, and some of those challenges would be limited infrastructure in rural areas. I think most of the people in this room understand, or I hope they understand what it's like in a village here in Moldova. Although internet penetration is very high here, we all know that as well, somewhere in the 90-something percentile, which is fantastic, especially for a developing country. Still, there needs to be a lot more development in infrastructure at that level, at kind of the village and rayon level. That will keep people, in Moldova or in and close and near to their towns. That's a tough one, and that's very hard to get at. Cybersecurity risks, there needs to be a lot better private sector collaboration in cybersecurity. But there's still opportunities in those areas. We think there's an opportunity to grow those tech systems and have a digital transformation in the public services that reach out to rural areas and make it easier for people to conduct their lives, their activities at that level, outside of a big city. So how are we addressing some of these issues? We're focusing our efforts on expanding digital infrastructure, which is a little bit what I just talked about, improving public service delivery. We're doing that right now in 130 different municipalities through not only the Economic Growth Office, but through our Democracy and Governance Office as well. And we're trying to enhance digital skills and also strengthening all the things that go around with it, i.e. and back to things like cybersecurity and having a secure but rights-driven digital environment based on EU values as well. So although these challenges, and they can be significant, I think collaboration with our partners here, the ones you see on this panel, with the government, with the private sector, we can tackle a lot of these things. And I think we're committed to working with, obviously, the Moldovan government. We're bringing in, you can see our commitment to the private sector. Of course, we'll bring as many Googles as we can here. We are American-centric, so I know there are equal and good and better than a lot of times in the European marketplace, but we're also in support of that as well, and we would definitely collaborate to bring those actors into Moldova. So yeah, collaborating with the private sector, we're committed to that. And overall, I think we're just committed to Moldova's economic progress in any way we can see it. And we will, I think, obviously, 2030 or before, tackle most of these issues.
Thank you so much for really, it's quite an inspiring pitch that you just gave it right there. And I really would like also to echo that every challenge is actually an opportunity for growth, depending on how you tackle it and how you look at it. And in this sense, Galina, you have showcased quite a few examples of how the IFC is trying to kind of inject digital transformation into the private sector. Is there one specific example that you are incredibly proud of as an organization, or that you have seen to kind of boost the economic growth of the private sector, that you could share with us from your experience?
I think I'm proud of all the projects that we implemented
And we are tracking the impact. Actually, because it's very recent. As I mentioned, the systems that we delivered for the Food Safety Agency, I think in the first 2 months since deployment, they have recorded like 4 million entries. Wow. That's significant. And it's the diversity of the operations, types of operations that they have entered is really fantastic. So a huge function, of interacting with the food industry has been digitized. It has impacts beyond digital sectors. It has impacts in the real sector, what we call tradable sectors. It enables exports. I'm proud of the system for permits and licensing that was built quite a few years ago together with the World Bank. But again, the fact that all the licenses and the permits are now available online, and you interact with the Public Services Agency, not just like as a citizen, but as a business, is also something we are proud of. And Moldova, by the way, has become, in a way, an example in the region, because we've implemented such systems with the World Bank in other countries as well. But I'm not afraid to say never, and not in any country it was so ambitious. So in some countries we started with 20 permits, we started with 5 agencies, and only in Moldova we were so ambitious to say we will involve all the agencies that issue permits and licenses, and we will cover all permits and licenses. It's also important to have the government on board. I think after the system went live, Moldova was invited to many IT forums, government technology forums in Eurasia, so bigger geography than just our region, to show experience how they did it, to share lessons learned. I think this is something Moldova can be proud of. Moldova can export experience, knowledge, government technology. So it's something that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much. And actually, after what you've just said, I'm kind of thinking, the first thing that popped into my head is that Moldova is not just a country with a big heart, but it's also a country with a big ambition and with big projects that are actually getting implemented. So thank you so much for highlighting this also. And since up until this point, we've mainly focused on how digital transformation impacts the private sector, since this is also the theme of our event today. Well, we cannot look at the private sector as living separately from the entire societal ecosystem where the public sector is also a big part of. And here I would like to circle back to Maria and ask you from the perspective of, from your perspective really, what would you say digital transformation does to healthcare, to education, to medical services in terms of healthcare? How, from the perspectives of your organization, what are the strategies that you apply in terms of digital transformation to those satellite areas that digital transformation also impacts?
So again, most digital transformation strategies are developed by the public sector, and the goal is to enable and accelerate public service delivery and particularly socioeconomic development of the populations. The process of digitalization, when broken down, is essentially about expanding digital access to all people, businesses, and organizations, and obviously an increased use in the government, and promoting the use of digital by all in their daily lives equitably. And this extends to the sectors you mentioned, like education, healthcare, financial services. We see in the work we're doing, whether it's inclusion of these emerging technologies like AI in the development sector or improving digitalization and its uptake, that there are several essential drivers or essential lessons, challenges that we see for a vibrant ecosystem that fosters such growth for development purposes. And I'll share a few elements that I think are essential across the different sectors, across healthcare, across education, across financial systems. One of these, Galina has also mentioned, as an institution, as a One World Bank group, we are collaborating more and more internally to work the private sector and the public sector parts of the institution, because we do believe that governments benefit from encouraging the private investment to be able to scale up and implement digital transformation across sectors. This includes research and development. This includes spurring innovation in trustworthy digital technologies, including AI. In many cases, we've seen that the private sector may not adequately invest in some long-term digitalization goals that benefit all the populations and benefit and ensure inclusive growth. Therefore, the government needs to invest or provide some type of incentive for more patient investments from the private sector, and also to ensure funding gaps. So that's one thing that we see, this collaboration and this ability of the government and the private sector to work together. There's also the government as a customer to catalyze economics-wide growth, rapidly digitalizing the government's activities, the government's adoption of digital technologies and innovation solutions also creates substantial demand in the private sector that can be anchor sort of investments or anchor clients for development of many solutions and technologies that later lead to wider digital transformation and improved data use across the economy. We see also, as Galina has mentioned, ensuring the legal and the regulatory ecosystem, making sure that there's a robust legal regulatory frameworks to drive digitalization, to promote the use of data-driven solutions, to make sure that we have in place enabled safeguards. We've talked about cybersecurity, about data governance. All of these as also backbone for emerging technologies, particularly what we've discussed today around AI. We have seen also that it's very important to have citizen centricity. Despite digital public services, designing digital public service and solutions with the citizen-centric view, adopting agile development strategies is important to increase uptake and improve the use of digital services and data across the economy. For example, we see in Moldova, and we've been working, supporting the government for over 10 years in their digital transformation. Moldova is quickly accelerating and increasing the number of public services available online. However, progress needs to be made in citizens accessing the services and ensuring swift uptake. So working with the public to establish better usage, equipping the population with the right tools and skills to take advantage of these tools, and updating online mechanisms that promote uptake is essential. And I think the last part that I wanted to talk, and we discussed earlier and mentioned it earlier, is really the development of IT skills across sectors to successfully do this journey in the sectors, healthcare, as you mentioned, education. we need to assure that these skills are available across sectors, and not only in one area. Without access to the internet and the skills to use digital technologies effectively, we are essentially locked out of a modern world. So we cannot access all of what is out there to help us and help the country increase and grow quicker. With the critical services that support development, like hospitals, schools, energy, infrastructure, and agriculture, all run on connectivity and data. To be able to take advantage of these services equitably, it's crucial that all sectors of the society and all sections, including all marginalized and underserved populations, are armed with digital skills. The population needs to have the ability and a certain level of comfort with digital technologies and service delivery models to be able to adopt them in their daily lives. Performing a financial transaction digitally for the first time can be a bit intimidating, and it's a barrier citizens need to cross. Investing in digital literacy for non-digital native populations is key to building trust and interest in exploring digitally enabled opportunities. We've seen that across, and many countries are thinking also about populations that are aging and their ability to use these digital solutions. And at the same time, it's important to have a plan to build a wide base of digital users to develop a pool of digital producers who can drive a domestic digital service industry. The public and the private sectors play the key role in supporting advanced digital skills development and maintaining a strong linkage between the formal and the informal education systems and the private sector. It's key because what we want is productive uses of the internet. We just don't want unlimited use of data just for the sake of using data or watching videos online, Netflix, etc. But what we want is to really make that productive so that it does promote economic growth.
Right, thank you so much. And I appreciate incredibly that you mentioned that how World Bank is focusing on human-centric experiences and human-centric approaches to technology, and the whole idea behind not leaving anyone behind when it comes to digital transformation. I am a strong supporter of this vision because we, just as you've mentioned, are the producers of data, the producers of technology, but also the end users of technology. So it's a closed circle. If you leave at least one group, one person behind, the cycle is going to be exclusive. And it's the big promise that digital transformation brings is inclusivity. And emerging technologies specifically are trying to propagate this promise because emerging tech is supposed to be much more user-friendly, it's supposed to be much more accessible and much more inclusive. And here I would like to ask Thomas, from the Sweden's perspective, how do you see that emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, as you've mentioned before, for example, and the technologies such as 5G could be used to enhance growth and to enhance the development of the region and also the Republic of Moldova?
Yeah, I attended an event here in Chisinau, I think a year ago, and one of the panelists said that the 5G is not about watching cat videos. We have to actually look a bit further what actually this new technology can be used. Because as I understand it, 5G, we don't really need that for the usual stuff we do on our phones, watching Netflix or Facebook. It's about the whole thing actually, how the interconnectivity, how we actually use this on the next level to let actually different tools communicate to each other and actually make a lot of areas on our economy more efficient. And I think you partly, Rina, answered yourself now. You talk about inclusiveness. It's definitely about making sure that not only Chisinau, the whole country and different parts of the population actually have access and actually can use these tools. So I think it's can be a wide range of things. Of course, it's about Internet of Things, the things that actually probably high-end here at universities and the private sector are developing. And it might be down to librarians in a city, in a village, where actually there are access to internet, and you have staff that actually know how to help people that don't have access to this kind of technology to make good use of it. So I think it's all this kind of spectrum. So not only the high-tech end, but also how to engage the whole society. And then I think one thing to keep in mind is that the donor funds, they are important, but they will not solve the whole economic growth thing. I used to think on donor funding like that we come and invest where no serious private sector investor would invest yet. It's too risky, it's too early. So what I hope we do is we create this sort of platform for the public sector, for the private sector to build on actually where actually they can continue to grow. So I think that is our task in that sense, to make as much as possible the access, the inclusiveness of using new digital tools. And then I think it's actually up to the private sector to be innovative and see how this can be used to actually make Moldova continue to grow, and not only the capital, but the whole country.
Thank you very much. Still on the topic of inclusivity and connectivity also. So on the one hand, we can look at connectivity and inclusion at small scale, country scale, but then we also want to look at it globally, right? So in this sense, going to the BRD's perspective, you guys are supporting SMEs development and digital transformation of SMEs for them to become competitive within the country and for them to enhance their internal growth. How does that fit into the whole perspective of helping those same SMEs integrate and grow and become competitive globally? Could you maybe share some of that?
Yes, I actually had a look on our statistics for the last 2 years. And among all the projects that were, all the SMEs that were supported through grants in technical advice, 2/3 of those grants were directed to projects that had a digital component. That meaning that these entities were interested in digitalization of their internal processes to be competitive, to cut their costs, and to have a more competitive price on export markets, not only on the local market. Then if we think about Moldovan brands that became popular, renewed on international markets, it's because and thanks to digital marketing, which was also a tool supported amongst the projects we co-financed for SMEs. In this regard, I would like to outline that this support wouldn't be also possible without the collaborations with our donors, one of which is European Union, Sweden, Italy, and Korea through Small Business Impact Fund. And also, besides the support we offer to SMEs directly, we also had our contribution, EBRD had its contribution to Economic Council in creation of a digitalization roadmap, and also in launching the BizRadar application, which is meant to enhance the communication between private sector and public sector in order to make more efficient the solving of issues and help business overcome the problems through digital means. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. So what we've heard today during the entire day of the event, but also within this panel, are so many inspiring and insightful experiences that our donors have shared with us. And the key takeaway that I'm taking with me from this panel is that collaboration is key, because through collaboration we actually, and you have just proved this, that we can support each other. We can support all the different sectors, all the different stakeholders to actually build something grand and to actually build something that we can be proud of as a country. And I am incredibly grateful for my incredible panelists here today, without whom this would have been pretty much impossible to achieve. So thank you very much, and I would like for a round of applause for everyone who has joined us here today. and also to applaud the public who have stayed with us until 6 o'clock. So we are the champions of the event today. And giving over to Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina, and thank you for all the panelists. On this note, I think we have had a lot of nice conversations today and panels. Anatoly, come on. I want to invite Anatoly so that we close the first day. Basically, we went through the very cool keynote offered by Mr. Bizzari. We discussed about Moldovan AI trends. We talked about BPO sector and how it developed and how it's developing. And of course, donor organizations supporting digitalization in the Eurasia area. I'd like to thank our partners who are USAID, DAG Digital, Orange, European Bank for Reconstruction, EBRD, World Bank, Invest Moldova, ABSL Moldova, Sigma Software, Moldova IT Park, or Moldova Innovation Technology Park. It still stays with the first name. Of course, ATIC and High Tech Park from the Kyrgyz Republic, who are all partners of the event. And just to mention, this event is organized in different cities around Eurasia. This year, it's part of Moldova Business Week, so it's super cool. So for one word from Anatoly, and then I'll tell you what follows next.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for coming here today, and thank you, Anna, for hosting all this and being a true partner for the whole process of development. Thank you for our donors and for all partners who joined us. And tomorrow, more to come. And please join us tomorrow at 9. At 9 in the morning. I know that it sounds early, but will be more interesting stuff. And also you will have the more regional perspective on what happens and how Moldova could become a big part of a big picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. And last but not least, we launched today the tickets for Moldova Digital Summit 2025, which will be in June next year. So grab your ticket, enter on mbw.md. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of nice things that you're going to learn there. And we have a coffee break, which ends the forum and enters the Summit Up event, and we'll follow up with another 2 hours of wonderful presence of the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Moldova Innovation Technology Park Administration, and many more companies. So welcome us for the networking, wine, cocktail, dinner, also coffee break, and the talks. Thank you.
Hey, check, check.
Я могу ее выключить, если что.
Ты можешь ее
Да. Stimați colegi, Amuș, Si. Nu mai vorbesc. Stimați colegi, vă invităm în sală. Începem în câteva minute. Vă rugăm să luați loc. Ladies and gentlemen, we are inviting you to take your seat because we are starting in a couple of minutes. In case you'll need translation, please grab your headphones at the entrance. English. Almost everything is going to be in English. I think the Prime Minister will have his speech in Romanian. So I would suggest to grab the headphones. So we're kindly inviting everyone inside because we're getting started. And please get your headphones in case you need translation, just making sure that everyone is covered with that as well. So let's get started. Once again, at the opening of this day, welcome to Moldova Business Week, day 2. This is the day dedicated to IT sector. It started in the morning, so we're actually culminating just this evening with an event which is happening traditionally, and it's organized by Moldovan Innovation Technology Park. This time, it's called Global Connect, and we're going to talk about acquisitions, but also the latest numbers of the IT sector. Anyhow, I want to get started quickly so we can get to the nice part. This is why I'm inviting the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova with the welcoming remarks. Thank you for being here.
Good, it works. Right. Look, I have a specific preference for this community because it grew so fast. It's somehow close to my heart and to the prospects that I see in the future for our country. And I'm very happy that the community grows and the business grows and the opportunities are growing. So everything is up in this field right now, and everything is uncertain because people don't know how AI will help boost our capabilities, how AI can augment our capabilities. Now, Moldova has a very good development platform. We call it the Moldova Innovation and Technology Park, and I am grateful to these young ladies that are managing the park, and yeah, applaud. Thank you, Mariana, thank you. Look, what I meant to say is there are great people that is working in this community, and even though, how to say, this is all digital around and remote, but you feel the vibe, you feel the intensity of the interactions of so many people that are enthusiastic and are looking into the remote future. I was saying that we have this development platform, and beyond the fact that it's a flat 7% tax, what I think is very important is simplicity of doing business. I think this is one of the attractive points. And here I would like to greet and to thank Dumitru Alaiba, the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Development and Digitalization, because he wants and he has this vision of this simplicity throughout the economy and throughout the interactions of the businesses and the government and the government with the citizens, and digital and simplicity all around. And he has also Natalia Birjan at the investment that is assembling the investment community for Moldova, and I think this great team can achieve a lot of results. I'm grateful also to the United States and European Union and to other close friends that helped us grow this talent, grow these opportunities, expose these talents to the foreign markets, and I think this is great. I see that, you know, one of the things is that Moldova is a safe zone, and indeed Moldova is a safe zone. We see it by the industry. Regardless of the fact that we are very next to the active phase of the war, the industry proved to not only to be resilient, but to actually grow. This is an additional, how to say, indicator of the fact that we have to go to the next stage and not only being stable, but to grow. We have to add to the talent pool that we already have to already have in Moldova. And we have to have programs of education that keeps this talent pool agile as to see the next opportunities in the industry. I would conclude by thanking you everyone that is so energized and so oriented toward the future that you are dedicating time and effort. Thank you.
Of course, we cannot talk about IT sector without the Deputy Prime Minister on Economic Development and Digitalization, because this is a ministry that guides us and is supporting the development of the IT sector overall. So please welcome on stage with the welcoming remarks.
Hi. Thank you, Marina, Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues. It's great to be back here today the second time, because this is our job this week to go back and forth and doing speeches. This is Moldova Business Week, and really thank you again for everyone who chipped in with their effort, with their initiative to to come with their own piece of the puzzle, and it's coming together really, really nice. Now, what I could say is that I guess I'll start with saying yesterday we also had the data for the GDP growth from the second quarter and the first semester of this year. And well, while we see a slight recovery and acceleration, we've added 0.5% growth compared to the previous quarter. But what I could zoom in for the audience is the growth of the IT sector, which has been seeing a very steady 7–8% growth every year, year by year, and it's not a spike. It's a steady and very confident growth. And what we see is 6.9% for the first semester, and more importantly, the contribution of the IT sector, of the ICT, to the GDP is approaching 8%, 7.8%. This is really an indication that the sector is booming and that around 30,000 people can produce this much. Now, what we want is to see very similar tempo throughout the economy. And that means adding to productivity. That means applying those skills and that agility that is happening here and this amount of energy that we see in this community throughout the economy. Because the beauty is when digital solutions, IT solutions are spilling over through transportation, energy, education, healthcare, and many others, and we can do this. We really, as a government, decided to, let's say, bet on you guys to really have this confidence that something amazing is going to happen in this community. And that's why you have this freedom and this space for developing. That's why you have Moldova IT Park as a regime. And we're here to really support every beautiful initiative that there is, and thank you for our traditional partners, USA, the UK, and Sweden, and really we appreciate this support and this encouragement that we see, because it's really a ray of light. I know that we can do this 7–8% throughout the economy. We'll get there. But of course, it's going to be the result of a lot of work, and it's not going to be overnight. What we see in sectors like this is that it's possible if you put in enough energy, if you put in enough work, if you educate yourself, if you adapt, it is possible, and that's what gives us really strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, right after that, I'll invite all the organizers on the stage to have a group photo, but not before welcoming Ali Eziatkir. I hope I'm pronouncing correctly the name. And on this note, we were discussing about spelling, Deputy Mission Director at USAID. And on this note, of course, we want to thank USAID for all the support, and Sweden and European Union and all our partners which are close to us. Please, welcome.
Well, I've had the honor of being able to see
the Prime Minister Echan and Deputy Prime Minister give speeches. They're a tough act to follow, so I'm going to try not to be as formal as I was planning with my notes, but I'll at least refer to them for some reminders and some surprises. So, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Director, it's lovely to be with you this evening. It's particularly unique for me to be here. I'm from San Jose, California. That's where I grew up. My parents were immigrants from Iran to California, and they had this mentality that you have to basically be a doctor or an engineer. That was always their mentality. But for them, the internet was not, this was not a real thing. This was not a real profession. And over time, I had a lot of interest in it. I remember installing my first sound card in my Intel 486 computer when I was 12 years old and having it talk back to me and give me noise and sounds. I thought, my gosh, this is amazing. Can't believe the technology. And these were like those old MIDI files, if you remember. Any of the sort of old school programmers know what I'm talking about when we had to struggle with the slow speeds to get through. And I started to fiddle with websites, but in my own head, because of where I was as an immigrant to America and wanting stability, I never had the courage to take that into a career, even though I probably had more talent in that than I had in the law, which I ended up going into. And then before you knew it, around me, down the street, literally 20 minutes from where I was, you had Adobe and you had Yahoo, and then Google was founded, and then Meta, and then you had Uber, and basically so many of the foundational companies to what everyone does today in the world in their daily lives were founded there. And they created, basically what is one of the most prosperous places in the world in the Bay Area. And the 8% statistic was interesting to me because I was recently looking at some statistics and remarked that at a time in the late 90s and early 2000s when the US was in a recession, or when it had 0.5% growth, that the tech sector was consistently growing at around 8 to 10%. So in that sense, with the wine that you have, like we have just across the bay, and the technology, all you need is a few actors and actresses, and you can be the California of this part of the world. You just need some Hollywood there. So, we're really proud as USA to be a core strategic partner of this park since its inception, and our continuing collaboration with you is one of our proudest activities that we do at USAID. And to be here at the Summit Up meeting is particularly unique for us because we've gotten to see a lot of this sector grow from the ground up, and it's been really exciting to see for my colleagues. And having discussions with some of my staff and some of the people who came through here, this is really one of the, I think one of the industries that's going to carry Moldova into prosperity. That's our hope. So just to let you guys know a little bit about what we've done in detail. In 2023, the turnover of the park reached an impressive $740 million here, just at this IT park. And sales revenue has tripled over the past 5 years. And the resident base is now over 2,000 residents, which is quite incredible for such a short period of time. And I think the word about Moldova and IT is getting out. It's beginning to be known in the greater region. MITP received well-deserved coverage and recognition from Forbes, from AP, and MITP produced IT Investment Guide for Moldova, set signals to investors that Moldova is safe, prosperous, is a place where you can depend on the IT products that are here, and we're really proud of that, and we're looking forward to seeing it through. We're also really excited to support the government with the development of the Deep Technology Park. That will expand these IT solutions into areas like health tech and R&D, and foster a real knowledge-based economy, a future economy, and base it here in Moldova. So we all know the surge in startups that have been here in Moldova. And what I think the key is that you're on the cutting edge of what's coming next. I was just outside and being introduced to a couple of apps that they're being used already. Some of our colleagues here in this park are showcasing their software in the place that where I grew up, in San Francisco and in the Silicon Valley. So these solutions are garnering interest in the capital and the home of these things. So that should be an inspiration to everybody. And I think many of you are established entrepreneurs, but this message needs to be carried back to some of your budding entrepreneurs, because really it's it's not the folks who are like me, who are going to forge change for Moldova. It's the next generation who really is going to be able to adapt to the technology that's coming down the line with AI and the like, and that will really understand it. So just to, to transmit that message that Moldovan products are everywhere now. Moldovan IT solutions are all over the place. And I actually even learned that there are Moldovan solutions that are on the San Francisco trolley trains. Did anybody know that? So, who knew? So that's quite impressive. So I'll end by noting that the first 300 graduates of the Future Professions program, which is a suite of high-tech degree programs at Moldovan universities that were designed with support from us and in partnership with the government of Moldova, will graduate next year in 2025. And that's 300 young professionals that are ready to make their mark here in Moldova and join the dynamic and growing digital ecosystem that's fostered here at MITP. So this is just the beginning. The future of Moldova's industry depends on the collective will of every entrepreneur, student, and innovator. I feel the energy of the early Silicon Valley here. In addition to, the lovely wine, I think that, there's real promise in the IT industry, and that energy is definitely transmitted here. So thank you as well to our partners at the ministry, and also the Swedes and the United Kingdom as well for your partnership with us. And we look forward at USIT to work with MITP to grow the industry and build the next generation of IT leaders. So mulțumesc, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support after the speech. We should have another presentation on how to compare Moldova to Silicon Valley and what's next, what's left there. I would like to invite all the organizers on the stage, as well as the panelists, including Invest Moldova, so we can take a group photo before anyone leaves, and then we will move to the presentation. So please, welcome on the stage.
Yeah, as people go there, I would like to remind everyone that we have made a promise, and we are looking to realize it, is that starting next year, the government will make available the 5 million budget for the startups. And we're looking forward for the setup, but also for the contribution that the industry said that,
I love that.
For each euro that is invested by the government, the private sector and the friends will come. Now, one more thing, Ali. We are having a digital Hollywood here. We agreed with Erin Motkin that we are using already the California Bureau.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the passions, especially for those who are watching us online. In between, I just wanted to mention that we have a couple of residents in the hall that are actually presenting their products, and this is becoming a tradition for a Summit Up. So if you are one of the residents of MITP, please let us know if you'd like to be presented, and of course, welcome to the ones which are already here. And of course, we are going to the presentation. I know that there are going to be people who are going to take pictures of all the slides that we're presenting today. So you can prepare your phones, or we can just send you the presentation afterwards. It's your choice. Just wanted to mention that today, Moldova Innovation Technology Park has 2,010 residents. This is a crazy number, taking into account that when the park was created, everyone thought we would expect only around 400 companies. I would still not focus that much on the growth of the number of residents, but to focus on the fact that we have quite a big growth this year. And of course, the growth of this year is also because of two types of activities that were included into the IT Parks law, which is related to call centers, dispatching, and outstaffing of people. I wanted more to focus on this slide because here you can see the number of newly created companies, and we want to call it the impact of MITP, specifically because 1,600 companies, actually a bit more, were created since 2018. So all 80% of the residents of MITP are actually companies that were created after its appearance. We see market growth of 2 times, which is impressive in terms of numbers, but not only in terms of number of companies, but also in terms of revenue, and not only. Okay. This slide is specifically interested because out of all the newly created companies, we have 178 of companies with foreign capital since 2018. And I want to stress out a bit on this slide because you can see the countries with the biggest number of entities in MITP. Romania just renounced to their fiscal incentives, and we see a growth on our screen. Just saying, the government is still here, that the MITP has to stay, and this is why we have the state guarantee. Next is, of course, Ukraine, and we see a growth of number of companies that come from Ukraine and Russia as well, of course, because of the conflict. A big number from USA, Germany, Turkey, and Great Britain. So these are the top 7 countries that came with new businesses in Moldova since 2018. Oh. But here you'll see how many were created in terms of like timeline. And of course, as I mentioned, Romania, I mentioned about the conflict in the region. We can actually see the impact also in terms of companies that were created. However, Great Britain seems to be, or the companies that are coming from Great Britain seem to be the one which generate the biggest revenue, followed by USA, Germany, Malta, Netherlands, Romania, and Cyprus. So, we don't have the final mark on the estimate. We only have the estimate for this year, but we see that the income expansion will reach probably 800 million euros, which is a figure that even a lot of people in the sector didn't expect. It's quite bigger than the 2023. And based on the figures that we have until now, we can actually see that even though there is a tech crisis going on globally, we have a conflict nearby, 62% of the residents increased their revenue compared to 2022 and in 2023. And also, you remember the slides about the companies with foreign capital. 42% of the whole turnover of MITP is generated by foreign capital companies, or 15% of the residents generate 42% of the total revenue. Of course, it boosts the national economy. We see a growth of 3 times compared to 2015, and it's reaching 5.5% of the contribution to the GDP, out of which 4.2 are included in MITP. Approximately 80% of the total IT sector is included or are residents of the IT park. I hope this will go off the screen, but if not, at least you can see the figures. Yes. So let's look in the expert benchmarking in the region. And this is quite an important slide. Our team was researching a bit. And I know it might be looking confusing, but look at the figure on the top of the top of the figures, because Moldova grew 10 times. If to compare with Ukraine, Romania, or even Estonia that we are trying to look up to, the export benchmarking for Estonia grew only 8 times. In Moldova, it was 10 times. In Ukraine, 4 times. In Romania, 4 times. So this is impressive in terms of figures because we, being a small country, cannot compare ourselves to all the other countries listed here, but the growth that the tech industry is proving is the highest in the region. Here is an important slide in terms of taxes paid by the residents to the state budget. Why I'm saying it's important, because when the regime of the IT park was being discussed is that at one point companies would pay less taxes. We can see that the taxes multiply every year, and year by year we see a growth. Let's see until when it's still going to grow. And in 2023, we still saw quite a big growth of the taxes, the amount of taxes that the residents are paying. We see a growth of students as well. The blue are representing the students at the university level, and the yellow one at the college level. It's also due to the contribution of the private sector. We see a lot of internships, or more and more internships, and we see a lot of support from various community players that support the IT industry, and specifically the education in IT, including requalifications. So we would like to say that MITP is about technology innovators, and today there are 22,000 people which are employed by all MITP residents. 90% are IT specialists. The 10% which is left is administrative staff, and continuously the residents of MITP are increasing their number of employees. At least we see the difference between 2022 and 2023 of 33%. We're also a cross-border technology innovator, and these are the data based on IT visa, the growth of people which, or the number of people which come from outside Moldova to work for Moldovan IT companies. We also see that what's happening in the region definitely impacts the number of specialists that have an interest to come to Moldova. And we reached almost 500 IT specialists that obtained an IT visa since the program has started in 2018. The tech industry pay scales. And I know here that some of the companies we should not mention that much about salaries because it's growing too much or it's growing too fast. Well, we are proud that the IT sector is paying the best salaries in Moldovan industries. And the average salary today is 2,280 euros. And besides that, companies are giving other benefits for employees in amount of approximately 1,000 euros. When we talk about benefits, we talk about private medical insurance, we talk about facilities, we talk about technologies that are given to the employees, certifications, covering of expenses for education, and so on and so forth. Of course, the remuneration costs remain the main cost overall for all MITP residents. Well, actually, it's 81%. Therefore, salaries are the biggest burden for the IT industry. And we're moving slowly to a phenomena that we started to see on the market, and we see it as a good phenomena because more and more merger and acquisitions happen on the market. These are the ones that we found publicly. I know that there are more. And if you cannot find yourself here, probably you are somewhere and you might be here during our next sessions. Why mergers and acquisitions are good for the market? This means that Moldovan IT market is being known outside Moldova, and that we moved to a stage where foreign investors are not only interested in just opening a company, but growing together or finding a partner that they can grow with. This being said, I'm inviting a panel, and actually the moderator of our panel, Vadim Mekim, who will take care of a common panel with a couple of companies that were acquired a company during the last period of time. And they have really interesting insights that we would love for them to share. Vadim, please welcome on stage.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to what I'm sure will be an insightful and engaging discussion on global acquisition success stories. I'm delighted to moderate this session, where we will explore the stories of 3 local companies, or companies with significant, or foreign companies with significant local presence, that navigated these complex waters. All of you know that all the disruptive technologies and AI and other buzzwords, I will not come up with them, all of them here, are demanding or demand digital transformation, activities and efforts by a lot of companies, business model reinvention, and companies around the world are looking for ways to quickly acquire capabilities, new capabilities, to scale their operations, to enhance their innovation abilities. And M&A activities offer a lot of powerful opportunities, but we know there are a lot of specific challenges here. We know that during the pandemic and after the pandemic, the M&A activities have seen a surge. And we could see that it has impacted Moldova as well. So as we have just seen, there are a lot of significant global acquisitions. And this is telling about our industry, the maturity of our industry, and the attractiveness of our market. So we are fortunate to have here with us 3 representatives of senior leadership of 3 companies that got acquired between 2001 and 2003. These are very unique stories. And we also are fortunate to have them come from various functions. So it spans through general management, technology, HR, business development, which will give us a lot of various aspects, or the possibility to look at a lot of aspects and look at this through various perspectives. So this is a very complex topic. So I will invite now our panelists, and we will try to keep a fast pace so that we cover as many questions as possible. I have some numbers here. So let's invite to our stage Vasily Putina, the CTO at Pentalog, acquired by Globant in 2023. Currently also, Vasily serves as the VP of Technology at Globant. Some numbers about Pentalog. So Pentalog is a mid-sized company with around 1,300 employees, with presence across France, Moldova, Romania, Vietnam, Mexico, and the US. And Globant, I think everyone here knows, or the majority know, is a public company, is a global multinational, present in 25 countries across 5 continents and employing above 30,000 people. Let's invite to the stage, on the stage, Christina Machak, the HR business partner and site manager at StrategEast. StrategEast acquired DAS Solutions, a local Moldovan company, in 2021 as part of their effort to extend their operations in Moldova. DAS Solutions was a small company. And StrategEast is a mid-size, I'd say a large company with employing over 6,000 employees. Welcome, Christina. Mihai Chernei is the general manager for Eastern Europe and CTO at Amdaris, which was acquired by Insight Enterprises in 2023. Amdaris is one of those companies that have the origin in Moldova. They started in 2009, and they grew and extended internationally to operate across multiple countries and employing around 800 people. And Insight Enterprises is a huge US public company, employing over 1,500 people. So let's start our conversation by setting the stage and sharing a bit, very briefly, the background of your companies prior to the acquisition. What was the focus of your companies? And why? What was the motivation? What were the reasons behind your companies looking for a partnership or for being acquired? Vasily, can you start, please?
Hello, and thanks for inviting us. So yeah, probably as many of you here, you know that after the pandemic and everything, everyone was looking for scaling and scaling quick, right? And we are a bit in the same situation. So we kind of, decided to change the ICP. So until now, until the 2023, we were mostly focused on grow up and startup companies, and it worked quite fine. But to scale quickly, we decided to change the ICP. So we decided to go more towards the enterprise companies, and we understood well that it comes with more challenges. At the same time, we decided to scale quicker on the US market, right? Dentalog was present in Europe, was present in US as well, but we decided to go much quicker, right? And to do it, we decided to find a partner which is already well established in US, so that we could find good ways of accelerating on both parts. Okay? Make sense?
Thank you, yeah. So it's basically a horizontal integration. You were using it to expand markets and I believe technology capabilities, but we'll talk about this later.
The main guiding idea, so to expand the market.
Thank you. Christina, what about CEGECA? Why the acquisition?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Vadim. So 3 years ago, CEGECA expanded its operations here in Moldova by opening a new office. And the core focus actually was to maintain the high quality services here on the consulting services and the IT solutions that covers infrastructure, software development, data, cloud, and many others. While we are promoting the organic growth, that's why we opened our small office with only 3 people. Then we grow up organically by the middle of the year with 15 people. For us, it came up to acquire a small IT company, so we embraced this opportunity. And the scope or the objective mostly was to boost our visibility on the market and also to make a good impact on potential clients and employees. This is our short story.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Mihai, I would like you to answer this question, but also let's add the perspective of the acquiring company. What were the factors that made your company an attractive acquisition target?
Well, actually, it's a very interesting story. Amdaris in 2022 actually went on the market looking for a PE investment. And we didn't receive the offers that we were expected. The market was wrong at that point in time already. And very quickly, closer to us deciding to pull out of the process, Insight appeared. And we started moving very fast with Insight compared with other PE houses. And the main reason behind that was twofold. One of them was Amdaris in Europe was very aligned, the acquisition of Amdaris, with the global strategy to become pretty much a leading solution integrator. And Amdaris was providing the capabilities and services that Insight was lacking in Europe. Another reason was that we were very complementary geographically, having most of our talent in Eastern Europe, which Insight had 0. And as well, although some might consider that non-important, but very aligned in identical company culture and values. That played another role, mostly for Insight.
So yeah, those were three key factors for Inside deciding to acquire Amdaris. And that's why it made it so smooth to go through the acquisition process. There was a mutual interest.
Thank you. I think you are getting into the challenges of the post-acquisition integration. Let's move to that one then. So fast forward through all the technicalities of matchmaking, due diligence, deal signing. The day comes, all employees are invited to an ad hoc all-hands meeting. The big news is being delivered. At the same time, the press release go public. Everyone knows the big change is here. So, and this is the starting point of serious challenging phase, which is the post-acquisition integration. So let's talk about that. Vasily, what do you, in your experience, what were the main challenges in that phase?
Yeah, probably as many managers here, you know that the best way of facing challenges is to anticipate them. And that was kind of the starting point when we, from our side, from the Pentalog side, we tried to find a good partner with the same DNA as ours. And they probably did the same, Globant. And that's kind of the way which is helping us until now when we face different kind of operational challenges. Of course, the organizational structure is different. And I think that part was the one to be learned like very quickly, because as we were like 1,500 people or so, we were used to manage and to govern the overall company quite centralized. At least from the technology standpoint, it's what it worked and what worked fine. Now with Globant, everything is decentralized. Of course, we have objectives which are spread and so on, but at the day-by-day activity, every region is autonomous. And that changed almost everything. So every region is behaving like a startup, like a company, driving their way of working and managing the sales, the delivery, and so on. So that's the biggest change in our mind. And in fact, it's a challenge, but at the same time, it's something we always prepared to. So we invested in agility for years, from personal to business agility. We invested in data and data platform, which helped us a lot to align things. So every challenge is coming with opportunities. Here we are.
Thank you. Vasily, you didn't mention specifically the cultural aspect of this thing, but I think Christina is best suited to answer this as the HR business partner. So what was the internal change? What was the impact on the culture? What were the steps that you have taken to make this transition as smooth as possible?
Yes, the change was a big one, let's say like that. And our primary focus went to integrate the new team into the current organizational structure. So this means that we had to standardize processes, we have to align the workflows, we had to ensure that our employees understood and accepted this kind of new company's procedures. So how we did that? First of all, we organized several workshops and meetings, yeah, and made sure that the knowledge transfer was done in a good way. On the other hand, we saw some differences in cultures and work styles. So to harmonize these, let's say, differences, we organized different kind of activities like team buildings, hangout parties, CSR activities, and this gave them opportunity to collaborate and to get to know each other in a better way. Also to keep them engaged, we encouraged a transparent communication, Yeah, we were open to send them transparent messages via our town halls, Q&A sessions, and encourage them to come with feedback via different kind of channels, with anonymous feedback or direct feedback, yeah, where they were really encouraged to send their ideas and suggestions.
Yes, thank you. Yes, transparency and communication and the open feedback are critical for any change management programs. So were you successful in it?
Yes, I can say yes.
That's great.
I can confirm it.
Now let's talk about our clients, because this is the news for them too. Mihai, what was the reaction of your clients? Did anything change in terms of client relationships, expectations? How did you manage that?
Before the deal was announced, actually, we leaned heavily into inside experience of acquisition. Obviously, Andaris didn't have any of that. And part of that knowledge was to have a very clear and defined communication strategy with all the stakeholders, and that would include obviously the clients, but also employees, vendors and partners that we have in the countries that we operate in. So pretty much we just executed a well-orchestrated communication strategy that was clear before the deal went off, and we made sure that we have all our account managers available for any questions and answers. Some of our key clients actually knew about the deal, I would say, a day before, so quite aligned. How that affected it eventually, either it was neutral, because in reality in Europe we provide services complementary to inside other services, digital services, but also we found out that some of our clients are also inside clients. And that was received in a more positive note, because it gives a better stability and also a better account management in place now with 2 account managers. So in majority of cases it was a positive experience for our clients, or a neutral one.
Okay, so you were lucky not to get into conflicts, non-compete agreements and so on. Yeah, it was all smooth for you.
We couldn't, as simple as that.
Okay, let's get back to the internal stakeholders, which are the employees, and again, Christina. Can you tell us a bit about what are the benefits and advantages to the talent inside your company in terms of career development, professional growth? Did anything change for you in terms of talent acquisition and retention?
Not really for our current employees that we've already had, but with this acquisition, let's say like that, that we have strengthened our employer brand. This was demonstrated by our commitment to growth and innovation. In the same time, we positioned ourselves as a more trustworthy and attractive employer on the market. So we also observed some improvement in the recruitment process. In the same time, our new employees that came from the acquisition, they could benefit from different kind of trainings, certificates that were covered by the company, also coaching and mentorship programs. So we could really see a boost in their motivation and in their career development. And as a result, we could observe a lower attrition rate, a higher retention rate. But the most impressive thing was that during that year, we achieved a number of 40% of the referral rate. So this demonstrated that our employees were really engaged. They were recommended their friends, ex-colleagues, and yeah, maybe relatives.
You definitely do things the right way, so it all goes in a positive way, positive direction. An acquisition, we know, normally, obviously, is looking for some strategic and operational benefits and acquisition advantages. And for an IT company, the ability to innovate is very important. So, Mihai, can you tell us about the impact on the ability to innovate for your company? Did you feel a boost or anything?
Well, yes, we were innovating before, just to make it clear. It's just with inside the access to additional resources, and by that I mean maybe platforms, hardware, allowed us to run some R&D and accelerators, mostly in the space of data, which we didn't have that much experience, so we had to catch up very quickly, and artificial intelligence, and primarily generative AI, but generic artificial intelligence as well. So we are running some accelerators, building some accelerators right now in our, we call it talent pool, as well as developing actually new capabilities in the augmented reality and virtual reality. So all that thanks to access to inside partners like Meta, Microsoft, Google, which enabled us to deliver those.
So that was about innovation, about R&D. What about technology, new technology capabilities? Did you end up with having new service offerings, entering new industries, seeing a market expansion or a client base expansion, anything like that?
Well, yes. So first of all, about the service offerings, yes, we strengthened our service offering in data. It became much more mature because we leveraged the data offerings from inside. Now that is becoming a practice of software development, which we were famous for before, but also data and AI within inside, as well as a generative AI offerings using our accelerators with Microsoft and Google. So that is what we offer new to our existing client base and new prospects. But also, Inside has around 34,000 clients in Europe alone. And right now, as I speak, slightly less than our sales pipeline, it's leveraging inside existing client base. And yeah, we expect at least next year quite a significant growth in existing client base of Inside.
That's great. Thank you, Mihai. Vasily, what about Pentalog as part of Globant? Did it help you strengthen your position in the market? And maybe you can come up with a specific example or two of some significant projects, joint projects that you worked on after the acquisition.
Yeah, okay. So in fact, we at Pentalog, we were deciding, strategically not to spread our energy in all the direction. That's why we became very good at creating digital product. And we decided not to invest too much in creating any kind of integration services like integrating enterprise solutions. We also decided strategically not to invest much in specializing in a specific business domain. Because at our size, it was kind of spreading the energy without having great benefits. Now with Globant, we have discovered that at the Globant size, it made sense to do it. So that's why now with Globant, we have their capabilities, very strong ones on the AI part. So they are experts in AI for more than 10 years now. So Globant is very good at gaming, doing a lot of gaming solutions. And for big names, probably I don't really have to provide names, but whatever we think, it's probably we are collaborating with them. And the same in many other domains. So we could say the same for everything related to different kind of main business domains, saying healthcare, banking, gaming in general, but also sports, you see. And now we have discovered that some of our big clients were interested in discussing with us more strategically, not just at the level of developing digital products, but also integrating those digital products overall in their ecosystem with SAP, Salesforce, etc. adding, gaming experience to their digital product. That's really gold, you see? And there are many very good discussions in this direction. So leveraging the existing trust and collaboration, we are adding more and more layers, and we are now able to support our clients at the more strategic level and at the more systemic level, you see? And that's also kind of helping us to better compete with big names in the service domain. It's a huge competition here. And when you let too many doors open, you probably lose even the existing business. So now, it's not anymore the case. We are able to cover it from end to end.
Interesting. Any names, any big brands that you can disclose here, just in case?
Yeah, so in fact, from very beginning of our integration strategy, we are looking for quick wins, which makes sense. And from very beginning, we started to position ourselves together on Disney's, on FIFA, on Google, for example. So Google is a strategic partner for Globant for many, many years now. So that's also allowing our people to touch different kind of projects, to have also many perspectives in the field.
That's impressive. And by the way, I believe this is public information, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about M&As, there is this concept of synergies. Everyone is looking to generate those synergies. And there are a lot of attempts to measure those synergies. And the most straightforward ways would be to measure them on the top level or bottom level or both. Mihai, maybe you can tell us how successful you were at creating those synergies and measuring them.
Yeah, well, I'll start with the bottom line, so cost savings. Again, Insight is the biggest Microsoft partner in Europe. I think Microsoft delivers, I might be wrong, but around 10% of their business through Insight in Europe alone. And which means access to a very cost-efficient license and also to different tiers of software that Microsoft offers through their suite. And I'm talking about, as an example, we actually adopted Copilot for Office 365 before it was released. That kind of access is valuable. Obviously, that's a cost saving for us because those costs are now being covered by the global Insight. In terms of top line, yeah, again, it's pretty much the same. Again, leaning into the client base of Insight and starting now delivering more interesting service offerings, and VR, it's a good example of that in partnership with Insight and Meta, because they are moving into the corporate world, not only the consumer world. So yes, leveraging that and also acquiring some of existing Insight capabilities again in data and AI helped us to generate more business.
That's interesting. Anyone wants to share anything about the synergy? I cannot leave it with just one response. It's a word I love so much. So,
yeah, in fact, I think that's kind of the first topic we're addressing when starting the integration. And first synergy we're looking for was, of course, at the business level. We quickly checked the important and the biggest clients on both sides and to see what kind of capabilities were not yet covered until the acquisition and is available now. And of course, that brings us some new opportunities. But we also quickly looked for synergies at the company and process level to see what worked well in one company and what can be deployed at the global scale. And here we found, of course, some good practices in Pentalog with regards to engineering and to skills governance. Find a lot of good practices in managing scaled projects in Globant. So we quickly found synergies at that level as well.
That's great. While we are here, Maybe you can tell us a bit about how the post-acquisition program was managed. Did you have a dedicated team for that? Did you have the executive sponsorship? Did you come up with some specific timelines that you want to hit?
Yeah, it's quite a nice and deep question at the same time. So as Pentalog, we also had some experience in acquiring companies, but taking into account our size, having a dedicated M&A team and afterwards a dedicated integration team was not really an option, which is not the case here with Globant. So as Globant is acquiring many companies and they managed to capitalize all this knowledge, and of course Globant managed to have and to put in place one team which is managing end-to-end the integration process and at the same time keeping the connection with the acquired company. So the leadership team from Pentalog was also involved in the integration process to make sure we don't lose what's working fine in Pentalog, and at the same time we support with the change management. So of course we had a roadmap. The roadmap was communicated and on a regular basis, so people were provided with visibility on the progress, and as usual more communication is needed. So that's kind of key factor for making this integration smooth.
Okay, so that's great when you are acquired by a mature company with well processes and a good practice of integrating other companies. It's less painful and you can actually create those synergies. Okay, now let's touch upon the long-term perspective, like looking forward. Christina, can you tell us whether there was a change to the long-term strategy and long-term objectives after this acquisition?
Yes, of course. So due to the fact that we've started here in the pandemic, so we wanted to start slow but steady, let's say like that. But nobody know our name on the market. I will be honest here. Nobody heard about SEHECA, maybe in Romania. On the group level, we are really big. We are around 9,000 employees, and we are operating in more than 12 countries. Yeah, with this acquisition, we really had immediate access to the market, and this helped us to make a good expansion on our efforts. And of course, we diversified our clients' database projects. We had, with this acquisition, of course, new projects. And the most important thing is that we grow our team from 15 employees that we hired them organically to 40 plus. And this gave us opportunity also to have our own office, branded new office, SEHECA. So yeah, I can say that the business objectives were achieved, and also the growth strategy.
That's interesting, thank you. I actually would like to hear on this question from you, gentlemen, too. So, any changes to, of course, I think there is a change to the long-term view after you've been acquired, long-term strategy. And can you add here, what is the most exciting opportunity for the company that comes with that? Mihai, maybe you can start.
Yeah, so again, the long-term strategy for Amdaris, as we are not integrated, actually, we are mostly aligned ourselves at the financial level and at systems level, but again, aligned, we don't even have inside accounts, just to mention. The opportunity here is pretty much to enhance our capabilities. And if I talk about, now I have two hats, general manager and CTO. So as a CTO, obviously I want to build more technical capabilities, not only in Eastern Europe, but in Europe alone. But as a Eastern Europe, Amdaris platform, to start delivering our amazing talent, so collaboration with universities in other countries that Insight operates, and I can say France, Italy, Spain, DACH countries, Netherlands, Sweden, pretty much the entire Western Europe, which actually puts a more emphasis on building talent with that particular language knowledge and cultural alignment, because that's one of the challenges operating in Europe versus USA, for example. Every country has a different language and a culture. That's a challenge that you have to manage. So providing more talent and opportunities for the Eastern Europe and Moldova in particular, we are the biggest in Moldova actually, for other practices in Insight. Yeah, so those are the opportunities that I see.
Thank you. Vasily, any exciting opportunities in the future for your company after the acquisition?
Yeah, in fact, it's not really in the future, it's for today even, because we now see projects as big as we couldn't imagine before, and we are already working on. And also take into account the big ambition of Globant. We are aiming to become the first IT company, so now we are recognized as being the 5th one, the fastest growing. So take into account this, it's kind of amazing and challenging at the same time. To do it, of course, we have to continue our extension in Europe, to do it also in Asia and Pacific. We have quite nice clients here, and more are now in discussion, so probably you'll see soon news about it. So that's really coming with a lot of cultural challenges, to integrate people from everywhere, to talk with businesses from everywhere, and also to be part of huge projects. That's really, really nice and amazing.
The future looks bright for all of you. That's great. While we are here, so I just want to come up with a new question. I just realized, I mean, you guys go through this experience, but at the same time, you see the news of so many other companies being acquired in Moldova. I mean, the landscape in Moldova changes. What do you think about the future of the industry and of the market, and how that would impact your company with all these M&A activities starting and ramping up and going on here in Moldova? That's
a nice and challenging question. And in fact, as we are a Globant company, the question is not really applicable for me, because our challenges are not at the Moldova level. And of course, take into account the competition. And we can think also about the kind of internal competition. On the HR market, we have a real challenge here to be in a good pace with the global competition, because we should be fair. There are a lot of good talents everywhere. We are also quite good and doing good progress, but it's ongoing competition. So from one side, of course, we are investing in growing up our business and making our clients happy. And at the same time, we do our best to take care of our talents and of their journey. And in this journey, they should feel safe. And that's a bit, the challenge and I wouldn't say the trade-off, but a balance to be found.
I can add on that. I personally see a competition in Moldova. I'm going to speak only about Moldova. I'm born in Moldova. And I see the competition, although in the short term it can be frustrating for companies to compete for the same talent, and the cost base increases because of that as salaries grow. But you saw from the earlier presentation, the IT park, it's boosting. I saw an exponential growth, and I see strategically, the more IT companies are in Moldova, the better for Moldova, because that will generate also demand for the talent, which means investment and partnership with universities and colleges, and opportunities for actually an amazing talent, amazing people we have in Moldova to go into an industry where at least the salaries at the European level, and which means also investment back in Moldova, because those people spend their money most of the time in Moldova. And I see that just as a positive outcome overall for Moldova as a country.
Great, so this is a good way to up our game here, right? And this is what we are successfully doing. Now let's take a reflective view on your past experience, and we risk here to be repetitive, but maybe you can come up with 1 to 3 biggest advantages or benefits that came from this acquisition. Maybe we can start with you, Christina.
Yes, of course. With the acquisition, always beside the challenges are advantages, yes. So for us, what I can say that with acquiring this company, first of all, we had an ability to attract and retain talents. This really boosted our visibility on the market. In the same time, we've opened new opportunities for people who joined our company. And on the other hand, this contributed to our operational efficiency. We enlarged our relationship with many more clients. And also, we have increased our employer branding. And yeah, these are the main advantages that we were focusing on, and we saw that really worked.
Thank you. Mihai, maybe you can add something from your experience. If you have anything new, you can say as she said, and we'll go to Vasile.
Well, well, again, we have a different experience of acquisition. We are quite fortunate, maybe fortunate, maybe not, to be not that severely affected. One of the benefits of that I found, especially in this economical challenging times, that acquisition actually managed to add a lot of job security to all our employees. So at least that was perceived. I don't know if by entire company, but by me it was perceived. Sleeping better at night, not looking at the sales pipeline every morning to see where is the next project because we have too many people on bench, for example. Yeah, and then that's what I see as a benefit.
Yeah, a bigger sales pipeline and more people to look at it is always works well for a good sleep. Vasily, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, maybe just a few ideas. So, from the client perspective, now we are able to kind of better serve them, to touch all the systemic levels. For the employees, now they have new journeys to choose from. So they have also business specialties, they have AI, they have gaming, which is kind of new for them. And I think it's good also for the management of the company as well to feel a new culture, a new way of working, and that's kind of a reset as well, in a good sense.
Great, yeah. Sounds fantastic. Now let's share some advice with other IT companies that are contemplating being acquired based on your experience. Do you have any advice to share now?
That's the easy part, you know. So to provide advice, that's quite easy. So in fact, beside our experience as being acquired and our experience of acquiring company, we are doing a lot of due diligences for other investment funds to support them to acquire companies, at least 50 due diligences per year. So, and it seems kind of obvious, but not always. It's important to clearly define the goal for the company. So by default, people are assuming stuff, but it's better to define it explicitly. Is it really about, reaching new markets? Is it more about the capital to support the scale? Is it more an HR topic? All of them could make sense, but it should be clear. That would also guide the discussion with the partner, because at the end, everyone will seek for complementarity, right? And also, I think staying pragmatic in all this equation always help. So making sure everything is prepared from the figure point of view, it's quite clear from the process, way of working, so that you can better and easily explain how you operate. Make sure you also get the right support from people with experience in such operations. Doesn't make sense to reinvent everything. And I would really go in this direction, staying pragmatic, using the capitalized know-how.
Great, thank you. Any more advice?
I can comment, actually. It's a very good point, but if a business, regardless of does it have an exit strategy now or eventually will have or will never have, they are successful because they focus on some areas that they actually start generating value for their clients, if it's a service company, and focusing on developing that value and improving it rather than looking for an acquisition can actually make things simpler, because eventually the value is going to be needed by other companies that are looking in this space. And if you present a great value, be that a client share, market penetration, brand power, or talent, or geographical distribution, or even your ways of working, which is pretty much a synergy between people, processes, and tools that you use. If those are valuable for the acquirer, that actually makes the acquisition much smoother. Besides, obviously, getting some consultancy from outside, because that's valuable as well.
Yeah, nice point.
Thank you. Christina, any last piece of advice?
Yeah, it depends a lot. Our case was a bit different, as I've presented, but it depends, of course, on the goal of the company that is acquired. So yeah, you have to have a well-defined processes. You have to have a well-defined roadmap in order to make this integration a smoother one. So in our case, yeah, we have some, we acquired several companies around the world, let's say like that. And yeah, we had already this in place. So it wasn't a big challenge for us.
Thank you. So it looks like we've almost used up all of our time. Questions? Sorry. We are not taking questions here, but what I wanted to say that everyone here will stay here for the social networking event, and we can. Yeah, yeah, Andrei, for you, of course. Yeah, only for you. That's an exception. No, I think if we have some extra time. You are the
no, maybe just a quick.
You
ask or yes or no. Maybe. Do you know? I'm still waiting till 7 p.m. Just to hear one thing. Of course, thank you very much. It was great stories about your companies. And we're talking about merchant acquisition. We're talking about money. What's about how much money did you get from the deal? Where is your owners? Are already billionaires and we're not there?
I can answer in Andaris' case. The owners are still with the Andaris, working for Insight, obviously. The challenge for them was mostly cultural shift, becoming business owners, and now they're employees. Not like everybody else, but employees. That was a challenge. Obviously, being a business owner, it means you have very flexible mindset. They overcome it quite easily. I'm not sure it's a it's a public information how much Insight paid for Amdaris, but it was enough for business owners to not need to work in Insight anymore, so the cultural alignment actually helped there.
Oh, great, because I see here young startuppers and they want to be inspired by your story. Not just story, but in numbers.
Of course there
Maybe
is money.
In
obviously.
terms of EBITDA, how much, 5, 10, how many X you get? Thank you.
Well, I'm not allowed to answer that question, but maybe...
I think we have public companies here. They do not disclose this information that easily. We can talk about this during the social networking event. We have some numbers in mind.
Thank you for presentation. My question during the acquisition, how you become more adaptable to changes, more agile, because you know, everyone talking we're agile, like Moldavian telco, Moldavian banking, we're doing agile. So let's talk about being agile, not doing agile. Thank you.
I have a good answer for that. Actually, it's a joke, by the way, but take it like a joke. The thing with agile is that during the acquisition, I think only agile people remain, and everybody else leaves.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Yeah, I feel like it's also a challenge. So we know each other since I was agile coach and doing agile transformation and so on. And in fact, of course, what I've learned during all those years is that agility, of course, it's at the personal level first. It's at the team level, but it makes no sense if it doesn't reach the company level. And in fact, first of all, to be ready and to be open to be acquired or to acquire a company, already need a certain level of agility. You, as a manager, as a CEO, as a chairman, of course. So you should be agile to be able to kind of let it go, and maybe eventually it's your entire life invested here and the energy and everything. It's a lot of agility to, first of all, to start talking about it. And of course, it's a lot of agility when starting the integration process, because by default, both parts wouldn't keep the same way of working as before. They really want to learn, but usually the deal is done to learn and to do more business. So my response is like, agility now is more about making it happen from personal to business level.
Okay, so we have to wrap up. I will do this quickly. You could see we have very different use cases here. But all these stories are very much positive. So we could see there is a lot of advantage coming from the acquisition. A lot of value is created. It's very beneficial for the employees, for other stakeholders, including the owners who exit, of course. But also the silver line was the post-acquisition integration done right. Communication, transparency, engaging the employees so that you retain that value, you don't destroy the value, you generate those synergies. So thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your experience. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. This is a complex topic. We had a lot of questions. I'm sure there are many more questions. So we'll stick around and yeah, you just can approach our panelists and discuss more of their secrets and know from their experience. Thank you very much.
Including how much money, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, this panel is probably expected by the market. So thank you so much for being here, for making sure that you present various perspectives. And just wanted to remind you that we actually have a moderator who went through a couple of acquisitions himself. So it's great to have your expertise as well. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move very fast through a couple of additional slides that we have prepared because we have a networking opportunity for you. But I just need to mention what's next in terms of Moldova Innovation Technology Park. And I'll ask for the presentation to be put on the screen, of course. Okay. Okay. What's next? Besides the networking part, there are a lot of new opportunities. First of all, you can scan this slide to get access to our IT investment guide. For anyone who's outside Moldova and all our guests, you can learn more about IT sector in Moldova by using this slide. And there are a couple of additional guides which are upcoming, and this is relevant mainly for MITP residents. It's one of the guides that includes key information for potential residents, how to become a resident, how you do it. There is a technical guide coming out on eligible activities, giving examples exactly what can you do in order to be eligible and to be part of the fiscal regime that is offering MITP. And a short pocket guide, which is called Expatriate, for anyone outside Moldova that wants to learn about IT sector, about the infrastructure that Moldova is giving to anyone who's from IT and maybe is thinking about moving here and working from Moldova. Please follow us on all our channels. We also recently launched a special channel for all your accountants and technical people, including your lawyers, that maybe you have some questions or any updates that come from MITP, you can follow them there as well. That was another slide, but I'll mainly stop here. This is our team. This event, the whole MITP administration, including accepting a huge wave of new residents with the new types of activities that were included, are possible only due to the team that you can see here. Half of it is mainly focused on purely administration, and probably just half or even less than half on everything else. I know that IT sector is about more men. It seems that we still have more women in IT, at least when representing the sector. So let me just emphasize that. And thank you so much for being here. You can scan this QR code to get the presentation. That was today. So I'll just leave it for a while. I know a lot of people wanted the figures, and in case you actually want to get them firsthand, you didn't take pictures and so on, just take a picture or just scan the QR code, because this is important. And of course, you can also reach out to us, because we can also cover or make sure that you get the presentation in time. Just in the end, as of the beginning of the next year, there is a board that is coming for MITP, and regulation in this sense will be sent out to all the residents as a draft in a consultation process. So look to our news, because we're going to share that with you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the details. And we are happy to see you to our future Summit Up events. And of course, the networking opportunity, which is right out there waiting for us. So we'll just close and wrap up the presentation here and move to the networking part. Thank you. Salut!